Good morning, honorable members. It is 11 o'clock. We must resume the proceedings. Honorable Sangoni, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. I almost started before you. Thank you.
Yeah. Remember the last time you presided, Honorable Skosana was asking what is happening. But now we are in tune, we understand that we are a collective. Honorable Ntuli, the Chief Whip.
Good morning,
Good
Chair,
morning.
and good morning to all colleagues in the chamber. Thank you.
Zombies. Honorable Sokanyile, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Honorable Ngola, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Nombalo, good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Skosana.
Ngikuthokoze locha emgcini isihlalo.
Jali.
Sithokoze.
Honorable Breitenbach, good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Kola Barnett. Good morning, Honorable Cameron.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Thopa, good morning.
Good morning.
Honorable Vessels, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Matthews.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Honorable James. How are you?
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you so much.
We're not far.
Bangazita.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning to you. Good morning, Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize Abazel.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Chairperson, my leader, Arenze SC, has asked me to convey a message to excuse him, essentially, just for the greetings now. He's coming back. He's just in a finalizing consultation with one of the witnesses.
Yeah, with Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, we want that.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes, that. Yeah, the Advocate Arenze together with Advocate Mkhwanazi. You would know that Advocate Mkhwanazi was not with us yesterday. We gave that apology that she had to finalize consultations with Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi, who is due here tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And today they are finalizing consultations with Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi. In case they finish within reasonable time, they will come and join us when the proceedings are still on. Mr. John Robert McBride. Mr. Robert John McBride, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Fine. Did you have a good interaction with the committee yesterday?
Absolutely marvelous, sir.
Are you raring to go for the second day?
Um,
We are in a conversation with you, and you are in a conversation with us.
Sir, I'm
we are-
here to
we are-
speak the truth.
We are one South Africa, we are one nation.
I'm here to speak the truth, smiling or not.
Okay. The Mr. Pilot Kwebu, the man sitting on my right, Mr. Bonani Ramano, the man sitting on my left. Good morning to you. Thank you. Morning, Bonani. Thank you so much. The staff of Parliament, good morning to you.
Good morning, Chair.
The staff of political parties, good morning to you. And all members of the media, I have read your names last time, all of you. Aiba from the SABC. Good morning. Thank you. We are now ready to proceed with our interactions with Mr. Robert John McBride, our witness, in the last day of appearance before this committee today. And I must thank you, honorable members. It's January. The sun in Cape Town during this month is very hot. I saw several of you already sweating when you came out of your vehicles this morning. But it shows your resilience and your courage, your determination to work for the Republic. Can I check if we have a record of apologies? African National Congress, any apology?
No apology from the ANC.
MKP, any apology?
Honorable Shongwe will join us shortly.
Okay. The Democratic Alliance, no apologies. The EFF,
Yeah, we registered the apology for Honorable Malema, who is attending to the sentencing hearing in East London on politically charged matter. Thank you.
thank you so much. The IFP,
No apology.
the Freedom Front Plus,
I am here. Thank you.
the Action SA.
No apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Honorable Souls, and good morning. We are on the item of apologies. Is there any apology from your party or from you in particular? Maybe you may want to be released earlier during the day. Is there any apology from yourself?
Thank you, Chair. No apologies from us.
Thank you so much. We are done with this item. From your side, Advocate Mkhize, is there anything you may want to say before we take the rotation of parties?
Nothing on my side, Chair. Could proceed.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, just before we start our questioning as members of the committee, I have spoken to some of the members of the committee, and it was in relation to what Honorable Sauls raised in our committee meeting on Monday, about the amount of time that we spend. So initially, obviously, when we started, we were allocated, you'd allocate us 30 minutes or whatever, the amount of time, and it didn't include the responses of the witness. Then at some point, I guess, depending on the witnesses, my voice is going. Sabotage. And then some point. So we're asking that you consider, please, Chair, we're begging you that today you allocate us whatever time, and it doesn't include the response from the witnesses. It is an important witness. We all have, quite solid questions and questioning that we need to do. And that be please considered. The whole day has been set aside anyway for our questioning, so I don't think we're under pressure in terms of time for today. Thank you, Chair. That's my submission.
Can I hear what the parties are saying on that matter? The ANC.
Chairperson, we don't object.
Okay, the MKP.
No, Chair, in fact, we said we are not objecting, but we were suggesting a different method. We're saying, Chair, we don't know if it's practical for the timekeeper to be able to manage time. To calculate time for a member, and then when the witness comes in and stops until the member comes back again. If that is practical, then we are supporting this proposition. But if it's not, our proposal is that let's rather extend to 40 minutes, and that will be all inclusive.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
We have no objection to the suggestion, Chair.
Okay. The IFP.
No objection.
The PA.
We support you.
The Freedom Fund Plus.
We also support. Thank you, Chair.
The Action SA.
Supported, Chair.
Okay. We will do like this. We will extend the time of full members to 40 minutes. And then we we will give alternate members 20 minutes each. Is that okay? Thank you so much. The time is now 10 minutes after 11. Honorable Ngola, your time will expire at 10 minutes before 12.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Sokanyile will go first. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, at 11:30, your time will end. And then you pass the microphone to Honorable Ngola. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Let me greet you, the witness, Mr. McBride. Morning, sir. Going straight to the issues within the IPID, but I'll talk about you first. How long have you known Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? If you can reflect on that.
I've known him since 2014 when I was appointed to IPID, and I met him in response to his provocation about what IPID's predecessor had done to him. And I thought I didn't need somebody harassing me about something that is not my business. It happened during ICD. It's a totally different animal that I was heading now. So from I was appointed to IPID, that's when I know him. Never met him before. No, the only matters that is matters where he's the complainant and were referred to IPID. And that was IPID did it, not myself. No, I haven't. I haven't requested anything from him. My understanding was that he was a certified fraud examiner, assisting with forensic investigations, and basically doing the work that journalists, investigative journalists do.
Just a moment. Can you restate that? What do you say was his role at the time? If you can just restate it.
So a moment ago, I put it in three aspects. One is he's a certified fraud examiner, that someone looks at documents, identifies if there's fraud, statement analysis. And secondly, he assists with forensic analysis of documents and figures. And thirdly, it does the work that investigative journalists are doing to uncover corruption or malfeasance. That's what he does. He's actually quite obsessed with that. He's also a businessman, of which business I don't know about. I think it's to do with property, purchasing and selling.
Investigation. As he was doing an investigation, especially in corruption and other things, as during your tenure in the IPID, corruption was investigated a lot. You didn't request his assistance, not so ever.
No, not me personally. Some members of IPID might have engaged with him, not me.
But not you. Okay.
For me, he was a sounding board with information that he had. I would listen to what he said. That's generally my way.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Apollo Sullivan has over the years exerted influence on the work of IPID and SAPS, the procedural service on the Hawks?
Could you kindly repeat, please, ma'am?
I'm saying that, have you ever heard or do you know if Mr. Apollo Sullivan has over the years exerted an influence on the work of the IPID
As
and
I mentioned,
SAPS?
as I mentioned on yesterday, on 2 occasions, I thought he was overstepping the line, and I brought him to order. I don't know his relationships with SAPS.
So he attempted at some point, then you came
Yeah,
and stopped him.
yeah, right there,
Okay.
right there. Not in
So
my
meaning that,
Honorable Sokanyin, are you saying he attempted or he overstepped the line?
He attempted to, but I stopped him right there. No, that is not your business.
but it means that if he attempted and you have seen at that point, the others, maybe you didn't say it. Can you agree with me on that?
That I didn't say.
Because maybe it didn't get to your attention if he attempted this one in IP.
I'm not 100% sure, ma'am, the question, but there's only 2 occasions I remember that I remember specifically where I was present.
Which are those? If you can mention them.
There was he had information about a decision. Someone was leaking stuff to him. He had information about a decision about Mabula team to arrest IPID members and others. And he had indicated that we already have enough evidence to arrest them, we should. And I told him, no, we follow evidence until we show of our case and until the prosecuting authority is sure of the case also.
Meaning that you can safely say that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan had an access to confidential information or records.
Not that I'm
within the
aware of.
IPID.
Not that I'm aware of.
But if he knew and came with the information that you're narrating now, it means that had sources within and got information and had access.
So, for example, Colonel Munsami, after exhausting all avenues within SAPS and was exasperated with no action, then went and wrote to Paul O'Sullivan. And Paul O'Sullivan then took it as a complaint to IPID whilst I was in suspension.
Did you ever attend a McBride or any social gatherings with complainants of IPID?
Except for Paul O'Sullivan, no.
You did attend.
Yeah. The McBride on which is supposedly the reason Nkabinda got upset and did a Judas or a Saul to Paul. Which was untrue anyway, because he continued leading the Phahlane investigation. I haven't on complainants, but Paul did indicate he has a document to give everybody, which was his analysis of I think one of the matters you're discussing in your mandate is syndicates operated in South Africa and how it involves the police. So he gave us that. I'm really much about the information, the intelligence. That's my game.
So you didn't regard Paul Sullivan as your friend?
Uh,
Or himself, did he regard you as his friend?
Uh,
Why did he had to invite you to a bride?
Well, normally towards Christmas time, people do have brides, but I really like him.
You liked him?
Yeah, I like him. He's full of jokes and all of that, and he's a bit nutty sometimes. So,
And you get information out of those.
indeed,
Then you had to put Paul O'Sullivan next to you.
no, he always called me first when he had information. I never sought information. In fact, even today, information comes to me. People trust me to handle it confidentially.
Because if you are associating yourself with Paul O'Sullivan like that, and Paul O'Sullivan getting an information within IP, records of information,
Mm.
then it means that you yourself also, you were using Paul O'Sullivan to assist you in investigating some of the things. If you are saying that you were getting information from him.
So some of the information that he gives is irrelevant to IPID, but it's relevant to understanding the size of the monster of syndicates and drug distribution, and which other seemingly clean activities are hiding the drug movement.
So he didn't influence you whatsoever as the head of IP at that time.
No, man. In fact, there's no one on this earth that can influence me wrongly. I will always do the right thing.
Okay. Do you know a person called Sarah Jane Trent?
Very well.
How do you know her?
She was working for Paul, pulling documents together and keeping documents and dealing with litigation matters. Also a major source of categorized and archived documents which deal with anti-corruption matters.
You know, my worry is one, it's Paul O'Sullivan, then Sarah Jane Trent working with Paul O'Sullivan, but you're saying that they were not your friends. And they're working together, these two. Where now you're saying that, no, you never ever said to them, they must investigate anything for you, being at the head of the IP.
Okay.
Because if it was me being at the head, I'll request some people to get me information and investigate some, even though I wouldn't say they're investigating themselves.
So if I can answer this, and depending on your definition of friend, I can answer more, but independent IPID, as it should be, does not have forensics, does not have ballistics, does not have analysis capabilities, does not have intelligence capabilities. At the end of the day, you can ask all the lead investigators. This person was the intelligence person, gathering information. That is why we got all this information on all these corrupt people. And I can talk for the whole day about them.
What was the role played by Sarah Jane Trent in Phahlane's investigation?
As I mentioned, the archiving and categorizing of corruption information, which involved a number of issues, including the police. So policing matters I knew about.
Are you aware that Sergeant Trent, together with Mr. Paul Sullivan,
Yes.
they tried impersonating IP with regard to investigating Mr. Phahlane when they wanted to have an access to information about General Phahlane and his home? Are you aware of that?
Well, that is the allegation from Phahlane. It's not the allegation from the three crime intelligence officers who did an assessment of possible security breach. I was not on the scene. What I know is that it was the allegation. I was given an explanation from my members who were there, including Mandla, who was killed. And yeah. And it was not long after that Mandla got his first threat.
They were arrested most for this act that they were doing.
Well, one of the allegations against the IPID members was that they were impersonating IPID members. Now that is crazy, but that was a charge on them.
So you didn't deassociate yourself from them after their arrest because you are saying that it was just an allegation made by people. And it's not true according to your explanation, if I'm understanding you.
So who arrested them? It's Mabula team who at least 2 people died in their custody and others alleged torture. So I was associated with people who serve a purpose for IPID because of Mabula. That will never happen.
But you know, to me, it gives me goosebumps if you will be associated with Paul O'Sullivan and Ms. Sarah J. Trent. And after these individuals have committed impersonating people, doing other things with regard to law, then how this committee must conclude about you if you are befriending people like Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
So, Honorable Member, I've been through this by the legislature before. I've been hauled over the coals for absolutely no purpose, for saying what the situation was. And all kind of scurrilous smears were thrown my way. Now, an association with a person, not friendship, association. I have very few friends. I don't like a lot of friends. But association, I have with people who add some value to my life and what I'm doing. So, in all humility, ma'am, whatever this committee feels, whatever it feels, won't change my normal activities during my private life.
Okay. Just this quick one. Mr. Nkabinde, when he came here, he said that he wrote a report about you. And then again,
Yeah.
when it
Yes.
was time for
It's now 11:13. May we please pass the microphone to the next speaker?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me pick up straight from what Honorable Sokanyile left. The first issue I want to pick up with you is that you say just a few minutes ago that whatever this committee feels, it won't change your normal life activities. We don't operate on feelings here. This committee does not operate on feelings.
Sorry, sir, could you kindly?
I'm saying this committee does not operate on feelings. It operates on the basis of extracting facts from fiction. We're running an inquisitorial process to extract facts and evidence from fiction. And it's not meant to regulate any personal life of anyone. It is directed at checking whether or not the allegations leveled on the 6th of July, 2025 do actually stand, and are our government institutions captured or not. So this is not about your personal life. It's basically about the government people. It does not get entangled to your personal life. That's what this is about. The second thing that I've picked up is when you were responding to Honorable Sokanyile is on the relationship between you and Paul Sullivan. And as you explain, you go to an extent of saying the fact is the investigations at IP do not have some of the relevant material to conduct investigations. And Paul does have some of the relevant material. Is that a concession that you have used Paul or Sullivan to conduct IP investigation?
Well, that's a bit of a jump in logic because he's one of the sources of information. There are others also. But the fact that he provides information or is a complainant does not translate into controlling IPID. That is a fiction which was created by Phahlane and his crew themselves.
So you say.
And that is all they got. They got no explanation for the charges they must face.
But Mr. McBride, to what extent did you use Mr. Paul O'Sullivan or his resources to conduct IP investigations?
Whenever he had information to me, I went and listened to it. But all the answers are here, written long before 6th of July, 2025. The answers were here already about all these issues you're asking me about. Nothing to do with anything else, nothing to do with allegations made by General Mkhwanazi. It was here already, affidavits, court papers, judgments, all there.
So, in a nutshell, you mean you have used information from Paul O'Sullivan to arrive at decision on the investigations IP conducted?
In a nutshell, some of his information proved useful in our investigation.
So your investigations were resourced in terms of information by Paul O'Sullivan, who's not part of IPID.
Or anybody else who had information.
Let's pass it. I hope members will pick it up. Did Paul become part of investigations, physical investigations? You'll recall the estate allocation. Was it the only incident where Mr. O'Sullivan accompanied IPID investigators when they were conducting investigations?
So let me put it this in a nutshell. Paul O'Sullivan was the complainant. He had interaction.
No, let's leave that one first, Mr. McBride. Let's say, apart from that one, did Paul accompany investigators of IPID when they conducted investigation?
I will answer you, but I will answer you fully.
Okay.
So that you understand in a nutshell. So Paul Sullivan showed IPID the alleged crime scene, which was Phahlane's house. That's the first thing, which
Mr. McBride,
Yes, sir.
you are giving answers on a time that is allocated to the honorable member. And the honorable member has said it more than once, that please answer the question that he asks, so that his time is not squandered without him exhaustively asking the questions that he wants to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the question is, apart from the Phahlane estate, forgot its name, did Mr. Paul O'Sullivan accompany IPID investigators when they were conducting investigations?
I'm not aware of it.
You're not aware of it. Okay, let's go to the part you were going to. You say there's an allegation against Mr. Phahlane of corruption, blah, 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 in SAPS. Where procurement is done in SAPS. Where service providers submit their bid tenders in SAPS procurement offices. Now, you term the visit to the estate by Paul O'Sullivan and IPID investigators a visit to the crime scene. How did the estate become a crime scene of a crime that was committed at SAPS?
Can you repeat that? I'm not sure.
How did the estate become a crime scene of a crime that was committed at SAPS headquarters?
That's a very good question. Very good question.
If the good part, just answer the question.
How did it become a crime scene? The house was built without registered money. There was no money used from a bank to pay those builders. So where was the money coming from? And there's evidence to suggest it came in black plastic bags. Those were the initial statements and recordings of people who worked with Phahlane. So on the bond that was drawn was 600,000. None of it was drawn on it, but there was a approved bond, 600,000. But the issue is Phahlane is still staying in a crime scene. Now, as we talk it.
No, Mr. McBride. A person is shot and killed here in this chamber. Okay? The person who shoots, takes man and takes a cell phone and runs to Khayelitsha. He gets arrested in Khayelitsha. That does not make the Khayelitsha a crime scene. Because a crime scene is where the crime was committed. So this chamber remains the crime scene. So I still ask a question. How did Phahlane's house become a crime scene?
It's the proceeds of crime.
That's not a crime scene. That's a complete different concept.
Still a crime scene.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is. In fact, there was a supplier who fitted in a sound system. So a supplier to SAPS fitted in a sound system or paid for in Phahlane's house. That gratification is a crime scene.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it to waste our time. So you mean the only person who knew your called crime scene was Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? The investigators at IPID did not know the place where Mr. Phahlane was building a house. They needed, just to point a house, they needed Paul O'Sullivan. I thought when you said you used the resources from Paul O'Sullivan to conduct IPID investigations, you spoke about sophisticated machinery. For example, we were told here that he even has a grabber. See, so we thought that it's those kind of things. So are you saying the investigators could not compile information that points themselves to Mr. Phahlane's house, they had to use the services of Mr. Paul Sullivan, who later, by the way, was actually charged for impersonating an IPID official.
Well, the charge fell away, number one. Number two, it was on the one occasion in which he was a complainant, which he showed them where the house is. So it's, what do you expect me to say? In fact, the word crime scene comes from my investigators.
Yeah, your investigators misled you. The reason why you misled is because you let Mr. O'Sullivan to lead your investigations. Let's pass this part, Mr. McBride. There is a complaint by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan against General Phahlane. So you formulate a task team. What they call the Phahlane task team. Is it the Phahlane task team?
We could have called it the corruption task team. But
Yeah,
there are
but
lots of those, yeah.
the point I want to ask is it a usual procedure at IPID when investigating a complaint, you formulate a task team? Is it how you approach all complaints that are submitted at IPID?
So, firstly, it was not a usual situation at IPID. I had two of my senior investigators unlawfully dismissed. We were denuded of resources of investigators. We prior to my arrival at IPID, there was a task team on Marikana. And the same thing, they pulled people from different provinces, Northern Cape, Free State, and sent them to go and investigate the Marikana incident or incidents. So it is done sometimes.
So you mean the Phahlane accusations or allegations are as equivalent as a massacre?
Equivalent as a murderer.
Are you pardon?
I didn't understand your question.
You make an example of a task informed on the Marikana massacre.
Yes.
So I'm saying, so you equivalent the complaints against Phahlane to a massacre.
No, I didn't make any comparison. You asked, is it normal practice to set up a task team? So I told you the usual situation in IPID in 2016 November was unusual. Two of my most senior investigators were unlawfully dismissed. So we had to make do with what we got. It's a compulsion. We are compelled to investigate complaints and say whether they're valid or not. That's the law.
So Mr. McBride, you say you don't usually appoint task teams to investigate complaints at IPID, but this was a special arrangement. And you explain it and say there are some special arrangements. So you say the complaint against General Phahlane was a special case. It warranted a task team.
So it's the first time we had such a major systemic corruption matter to deal with. Prior to that, the systemic corruption case we were dealing with, which probably is the real reason why we got into trouble along the way, is the Panday case which we had to take over at a certain stage. But I'll get back to that just now. But this one involved drugs going missing, illicit narcotics from the lab, rhino horn, stuff that's supposed to be evidence in cases. And we needed to put together a team. And that's what happened. You can say, yes, it was wise, it was not wise, or it should be considered different in different circumstances. Given the same circumstances, under the same conditions, with the very same allegations, I'll do it again.
Okay. Allegations are that which were confirmed by both General Phahlane and Mr. Nkabinde, are that you connived with Paul Sullivan, established a test team to taint his image so that he gets fired from SAPS and he does not become a national commissioner. What is your response to that?
My response is he got fired there even when I was not at IPID. He got charged by NPA when I was not at IPID, when I was not in the criminal justice system. He got dismissed from an acting post. If you are still willing to believe Cedric Nkabinde, there's no hope for you, honorable person.
Chair.
Yeah, no. Honorable, Mr. McBride, you see how we treat you as a witness. Each and every witness that comes before us is treated like that. And when you speak the truth, you do not have to do that at the expense of another witness. Just speak the truth the way you know it. Because the truth does not need majority and does not even need to be backed by a personal attack on the other witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, of course, it's correct. We're compiling evidence, so no one is supposed to cast doubt on someone else's evidence. And I set allegations. So I don't know where you get that if I believe there is no hope. And please don't do that again, so that we have a smooth interaction, a conversation. Let's pass this stage and go to you allege in paragraph 53 that former Minister Nathi Nhleko established a reference group to investigate on how does IPID investigate in complaints, and you term it as political interference. And what is the actual envisaged accountability framework at IPID?
Well, what we know now is that what independence actually means from the McBride versus Minister of Police, meaning Nhleko case in the Constitutional Court. It means operational and structural independence. That's what it means. You cannot get outsiders, including civilians, to come and question us about our investigations, to demand dockets from us. And that's what happened. So yes, there's political interference. They should have backed off.
So the reference group was comprised of civilians.
Say again, sir?
I'm saying the reference group established by former Minister Nhleko was comprised of civilians. And that's part of the uncomfortability around it.
A sitting prosecutor for the NPA, what's his business to check how we investigate?
Let's pass that. So you investigate a rendition case against General Spear and Dramat. So how do you then become on the side of the wrong and subsequently get suspended? Can I repeat it? What did you get?
The suspension was unlawful. The whole world knows that.
No, let's leave the lawfulness.
Yeah.
Let's talk about you were on this side investigating these ones who are accused of rendition. How did you cross the line and become on the side of those who are accused of rendition, which ultimately got you suspended, whether lawfully or unlawfully?
I don't know what goes in the mind of Nkosi Nathi Nhleko. I've got no clue.
Are you done now? So you don't know how you became a part of the suspects on the rendition case?
I've given you my answer. That is my answer. Ask Nhleko what was going through.
No. You are not going to do that, Mr. McBride. I'm not going to ask you a question and you tell me I must ask Nhleko. We did not summon Nhleko to appear here. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. If you're unable to answer, just say I'm unable to answer and we pass.
All I know, it was unlawful. That's all that matters to me.
So you don't know how you became a suspect on the rendition case?
How I became a suspect.
How you became at the wrong such that you got suspended. That's the point I'm making.
I had nothing to do with the rendition business.
All right, let's pass. On paragraph 59, you speak about infiltration of the crime intelligence in the IPIT business. But the use of your language is that you were alerted after having returned at IPIT about allegations of crime intelligence interfering and all that. But did you formally, because I think when you are back as the executive director at IPIT, you were supposed to have been given a formal report of the work that has been done whilst you are in suspension. But here in the paragraph, you speak about being alerted, about allegations and all those stuff. You don't say, I called an executive meeting, if it's an executive meeting. I requested a report on investigations. And this is what we picked up about the crime intelligence infiltration at IPIT.
Yes, sir, you're quite accurate on that. Firstly, I did not get a handover report. Khamanyane ran away as an acting ED. He ran away, he never came back. So there's no handover report. Who do I ask for what happened? So you'd have situations like Leon Mbangwa being a chair for IPIT appointments. We have a situation where the corporate services head is suspended, but they appoint a new one in the place to act from outside, someone who is not part of IPIT to act in a position that is not vacant, it is filled by someone. And you have illegal alien, Leon Mbangwa, sitting as a chairperson of that meeting. Now, that will give you an idea what's going on in Nhlego's mind.
We have got illegal alien.
Absolutely.
Who is that?
The chief of staff of Nhlego.
Chair, I think let's again try to reprimand the witness. I think it's important how we refer to people. What's the problem? If chair, we don't reprimand, it will appear as though that this is the opinion of parliament, because we are on record under oath in parliament.
Yeah.
So let's just.
What is an alien?
An ill is not a citizen of South Africa or legally in South Africa. Yet he's the chief of staff and is carrying a false ID. This was presented before the Zondo Commission also.
You wanted to say it's a foreign national who is illegal in the country.
Yes, but it's often referred to as illegal alien. In other words, not someone from here. Now, I don't mind if he comes here legally, that's fine.
Yeah, no, you know, when you spoke here yesterday, you said that you are a freedom fighter.
Yes, indeed.
And I thought that you belong to the progressive fold or to the progressive perspective. May we please use the language of the progressives when we address fellow human beings.
My language is not unprogressive. My irritation at madness that's accepted as normal is progressive.
Look at me. You see how composed I am when I talk to you. I want you to leave McBride at his house and bring a witness here. Leave McBride at his house. McBride as a person may have those defects, but bring a witness here. Take yourself home and bring back a witness here. Please.
Do you want me to leave?
I don't think that you suggest you don't understand what I'm saying for a person of advanced age like yourself. You surely understand what the chairperson is saying when he is requesting you to bring a witness to these proceedings. You see, it is our attitude, all of us, that make these proceedings to be successful. It is not our personalities. It is not our names. It is not our fame. It's not our credentials, but our attitude that make these proceedings to succeed. And that is why I am making this humble plea to you, that whatever decorations we may have, let's leave that at home and bring witnesses and have a conversation here. May we proceed, Honorable Nolo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's move. You say at paragraph 69. 69 in your statement that Mr. Paulo Sullivan lent the pace at which Mr. Phahlane's, General Phahlane's house was built from Google.
Yes.
So does that mean the day of the visit was the first time he was there?
You mean of Sullivan?
Yes.
I get the impression O'Sullivan was there before because the estate manager was giving him information.
So the pace of General Phahlane's house was received. The information was received from the estate agent or from Google.
And the second sentence, they say, O'Sullivan also had evidence to support suspicions that Phahlane was receiving kickbacks.
No, we're
from
coming
staff
to the
supplies.
kickbacks. We're coming to the kickbacks.
Okay.
I'm saying, did Mr. O'Sullivan receive information from the estate agent or from Google, as it is said in the statement?
My understanding is it's two matters together. It's the rate of the building, estimated costs versus, and together with the evidence of kickbacks and the fact that no money is used through a bank to pay for builders. And additional evidence, which I had seen at some stage, about payment in black refuse bags in cash. So it's a known method of money laundering also about do construction, do building. Because you can buy with cash.
Okay, I think let's pass because you are not dealing with that. I'm dealing with now. What evidence did you have in relation to General Phahlane's involvement in the procurement process of the goods you said are substandard with the service providers, and also the continued loss of narcotics and rhino horns? You say you were briefed that there is clear evidence against General Phahlane. Can you tell us what clear evidence did you have?
No, I didn't say
in the
clear
form of.
No, I didn't say clear evidence, sir. I didn't say that. I said there was a complaint, and the complaint came through Pop Crew, and the complaint came through on the defective equipment Munsamne, that this was happening. I didn't say clear evidence. Information.
On paragraph 76 in your statement, you said clear evidence. Go check. You said clear evidence.
At a later stage.
Paragraph 76, you
Yes, yes.
say,
So there's evidence about that, reported that evidence.
but do we agree that you said clear evidence?
But it's not about what about the initial complaint. It's
No,
clear
I'm not
evidence-
talking about a rendition. I'm talking about the allegations of corruption against General Phahlane. I'm talking about you continue the SAPS loss of narcotics and rhino horns.
No, I'm not talking about clear evidence about that.
Okay.
This is saying there's clear evidence of a corrupt relationship between General Phahlane and sub-service providers.
That's what I'm actually asking.
Yes, and it's in court.
What
The case
clear
is in
evidence
court.
do you have?
It's in court. Ask-
No, leave the fact that it's in court. It can be in
was
court. Remember, we have
prosecuted.
just said the charge against Paul O'Sullivan of impersonating
yeah.
IP fell away. So
Yeah.
even this one, there is no court judgment on it. So let's leave it. Let's not reference on it. Let's deal with what we have.
Well,
So I'm saying, what clear evidence did you have against General Phahlane on the involvement in the procurement process of the substandard goods you're talking about? What clear evidence do you have against General Phahlane on the actual relationship with service providers?
well,
What clear evidence do you have against General Phahlane on the continued loss of narcotics and rhino horns?
you know, so General Phahlane, who is on bail for corruption, had an untoward relationship. That's part of the evidence before court, and it's part of further investigations that are taking place. So the people who are seized with the matter need to be asked that. I don't remember after 11 years or what that was. After 11 years, what that was. So I don't have the files and the finances and stuff.
So you don't know if there were monies that were transferred to him, there is telephone communication. You don't know that.
He
But
received-
you say in your statement there is clear evidence.
So he received gratification. I testified about 5 minutes ago about that. And that was a sound system
Okay.
and the cars.
Did you get the slip of the sound system? Where was it bought? Who bought it and all
Yes,
this?
yeah, that was all obtained.
Okay. Okay, let's pass. Let's pass. Okay, on paragraph 9(1)(1), I'm trying to rush. You say Mr. Ngabinde is a double agent. What does that mean? What do you mean he's a double agent?
In which context? Tell me the paragraph and I get it.
9(1)(1). Paragraph 9(1)(1) in your statement.
Page.
Paragraph 9(1)(1)
1 second.
in your statement. Attachment. It's not a statement. This one.
Oh, sure. On paragraph 9, I don't find that on my affidavit.
It what? 8, could check 84.1.
I don't have a 84.1. I just have a 84 paragraph.
Can you?
Yeah, on my affidavit.
Okay, we'll come back to it. Okay, we'll come back to it, but I think it was in relation to the investigations against Phahlane, where he was part of the task team, but he was able to have relations with the the side of Phahlane and the side of the Sullivan arrangement and all that. I think the context was that.
If you can refer me to the number, I'm trying to find it here.
No, it's fine. Let's leave it. We'll deal with.
Chairperson,
Can we allow Honorable Ngola to conclude and then I will
may I just assist? It's 91.1.
91.
91.1.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. 91.1. I said 91.1.
May you please proceed so that we don't waste your time.
Okay, Chair, let's pass. We may come back if Mr. McBride gets that. Mr. McBride, I think the last question from me is that you Mandla Mahlangu is murdered. When he gets murdered, he received numerous threats before. Was there a security assessment that was done so that to prevent him being murdered? Was there a submission done to the crime intelligence in relation to the threats and all that?
So, could you repeat again?
I'm saying, was there a security assessment done on Mr. Mandla Mahlangu after having received threats so that the state is able to protect him?
We try to locate who is sending the threats. And we knew it's from crime intelligence. Mandla was offered the chance not to continue, but he insisted on going through with it. And the more people came and challenged him, the more he went ahead with it. We were aware of the disruption that was taking place, and we knew who we were dealing with in terms of the Mabula team. So we knew who we were dealing with. So they, Mandla insisted on going ahead and insisted on doing the recordings, which were made available in Zondo, which we could make available to you here also. But I have on page 27, the 91.1 you were speaking about. I don't know if you...
You can proceed to answer it as well.
Sorry.
You can answer that one as well.
I can't remember the question.
Why do you say Mr. Ngabinde is a double agent? What do you mean?
Oh, there's an affidavit to that effect from a crime intelligence person. Mr. Brigadier Hlungwane, who's still getting hounded and victimized now.
What does it say in the affidavit?
It might be here with our bundles, but he says he gives information about when he was informed about a crime about to be committed, basically the theft of 45 million from the Secret Service Fund on crime intelligence in the run-up. So it's 2017, in December 2017. And the information was passed to Cedric, who was in charge of the crime intelligence leg of the Phahlane investigation. And he disappeared for a few days and did not convey the information. And then Hlungwane received the information. So Hlungwane's affidavit is here. It was at Zondo. It's in many places. It would be here somewhere. I think I sent it to evidence leaders long ago, from December already. But he explains clearly what it is. One of the most outstanding stars, decent people from crime intelligence.
Okay. Lastly, you say Mandla Mahlangu was a friend of General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
They went to watch football together.
Yes, sir.
They were buddies. General Mkhwanazi was amongst the first, if not the first, at the crime scene when Mr. Mahlangu was murdered. But he didn't go to the funeral.
If he was there, he was hiding somewhere. He was not in a tent, and neither was he at the cemetery.
But what are you trying to insinuate? With that statement alone, what are you trying to insinuate? You even go to an extent of saying General Mkhwanazi was in the scene whilst he is in HR. What are you trying to insinuate with that statement?
Oh, it's just an inconsistency, sir. Just a big inconsistency. It's something that any investigator worth their salt would question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The witness has requested a convenience break for health reasons. We are granting him. We will come back after 20 minutes. Twenty minutes is 12:30. Honorable members, may I confirm the speaker from the MKP? Is it you, Honorable Nomval? It's up until 10 minutes past 1.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. McBride.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think let me ask you this question first before. Chair, may I be protected?
DA is making noise, Chair.
Honorable Bradel Park.
The Democratic Alliance.
Having a caucus there.
DA is making noise, Chair.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair, once again. Mr. McBride, do you understand the adverse impact of making far-fetched accusations against any member of the society in this committee, before this committee? Do you understand the adverse repercussions?
You mean in the same way allegations are made against me?
No, I'm
Yeah,
asking.
in this committee.
I'm asking, do you understand? That is the question before you.
Just a broad question.
No, I'm asking, do you understand the adverse repercussions of making unfounded allegations or far-fetched accusations against certain members of the society?
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
You are aware of that?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the allegation that we have repeated today. I'm saying it's an allegation because we have not provided any proof thereof before this committee. That Leon Mbangwa is an illegal, and we reprimanded you yesterday. And you are repeating the same thing that we reprimanded you on. You are making a funny gesture once again, and I'm not taking that kindly. You made an allegation yesterday about Leon Mbangwa that he was hired while he was an illegal immigrant. Do you know that Leon Mbangwa took that matter to court and it was settled in court?
I didn't hear the last part, sir.
Do you know that Leon Mbangwa took the matter to court about an accusation that he is an illegal immigrant? Do you know that?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
No.
Do you know that the reason why it was settled is because Leon Mbangwa was instructed or gave a DNA evidence in court proving that he is a citizen in South Africa? Do you know that?
No, I didn't know that process took place.
You didn't know that?
I'm not sure at which stage it took place.
So all those, all the information I'm giving to you is new to you.
Mhm. Well, it's new in the sense that at Zondo Commission, former Minister Nkosinati Nhlego did not deny it, but said that it's in the process of being regulated and being resolved.
No, but I'm asking about your knowledge, not about what transpired in the Zondo Commission. The information I'm giving to you is new. Is that correct?
You mean the information about him having a criminal conviction?
About him taking the matter to court and about the matter being resolved through settlement, which was influenced by the DNA results.
I have no idea about that.
You have
one
no
has told me
idea.
about that.
You have no idea.
No.
And then you've got the audacity to come and tell this committee that Leon Mbangwa is an illegal immigrant. Without having that knowledge in your possession. Don't you think that is dangerous? Because I was going to maybe sympathize with you if you were saying, I knew that, but I knew it in a different, I know that, but I know it in a different way. This is what transpired. Now, you don't have that information at hand, but you have the audacity to speak about something which is not true in that context.
My audacity is based on fact. And the fact is, at that time that he was appointed Chief of Staff, he was still holding and using the false passport. And that was on his CV. And when Minister Ntlego was called to explain it, he said the matter's been attended to. But at that time, when he was Chief of Staff and involving himself irregularly, interfering with iPad business and sitting on panels for employment and creating posts that don't exist.
Look, so I'm sorry for interrupting you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be generous with time. I've got a very limited time. So can you stick to my question? Maybe I might come back to the IPID issues. Yeah, I'm talking about the court case and the settlement vis-a-vis the allegation you are making about Leon's citizenship.
People's citizenship changes. At that time, he still was using and flaunting an illegal passport, illegal ID.
Do you know that Leon has been a civil servant for a very long time? Even before he became the Chief of Staff, he once worked for the provincial legislature in KZN. Do you know that?
That is hardly my problem.
I didn't ask whether it's your problem or not. Do you know?
I think that's exactly where he was found out that his ID is not solid.
So you don't know? Do you, Mr. McBride, do you know or you do not know?
I didn't bother to check. I checked that passport and it was wrong.
No, I'm not talking about the passport. I'm talking about him being a civil servant way before he became the Chief of Staff.
Well, he might have managed to sneak his way in. I don't know.
No. You are not giving me proper answers. You are not giving me direct answers. The responses you are giving me are peripheral. Do you know that he was a civil servant before he became the Chief of Staff?
He was in the KZN civil administration. I don't know what the issue was, but he was there, and it's at that stage. It wasn't long after his incident. I think his incident was 2002. And it hadn't been regulated yet. It hadn't been expunged yet.
Well, I think I must give up on this one because you are not giving me an answer. Let's go to Nkabil, to Mr. Mkhwanazi, to General Mkhwanazi, being on the scene. You are using a word inconsistent, and to me that is English. What do you mean? You are saying Mr. Mkhwanazi went to the scene, he didn't attend the funeral. And according to you, that is inconsistent. So what do you mean by saying that? What are you intending to mean?
Yeah, I'll answer you. In the same way when KwaZulu-Natal was burning in 2021 July, General Mkhwanazi was not on the scene of dealing with the matter of the insurrection. In the same way, one would have expected him, with people who he is close to at least attend their funeral, and one wonders why he'd be first on a scene. So maybe there's a clear answer. Someone phoned, but until now, someone phoned him and said, go there and look, because he's a family friend and a cop and he's got connection. But until now, no one has given me that explanation.
Yeah, and
I've searched.
And then by saying that is inconsistent, failure to attend the funeral being the first person on the scene, and you say it's inconsistent. What do you mean by saying that?
Or taking leave during a provincial emergency.
And then what do you mean? What do you mean by saying that?
It's inconsistent. Whatever you interpret that to mean, it's up to you.
No,
Me,
no, no.
it's something to be
I'm
looked at.
not interpreting. I'm seeking for your clarity. You are the one who's giving that word to us. So clarify it so that we can interpret it correctly according to what you are saying.
No, there's not much more I can add to saying the conduct, in my view, is not the normal conduct of a person who's close to people.
To not attend a funeral.
Or to take leave during a national emergency and have a show of force.
Do you know that, let me ask this first. Do you know how General Mkhwanazi found his way to the scene?
I don't know. All I know is the fact he was first on the scene.
So you don't know how he found his way to the scene?
No.
Do you know that General Mkhwanazi was a friend to a brother of Mandla Mahlangu?
Very well. Very well. Even closer than Manda. Very well, I know that.
You know that brother?
Very well.
What's his name?
It's William.
The brother was working for DPCI.
The brother got promoted, I think, to brigadier.
No, I'm saying at that time he was working for DPCI in Mpumalanga, correct? At the time of the incident.
I'm not sure sequence of events, whether he was promoted before or after, but I know he went to Mbombela.
No, I'm saying at that time, during the incident, that is what I'm saying to you, that he was working for DPCI in Mpumalanga.
I'm not sure if it was at that time. I can't remember sequence of events.
Now, if I say to you, General Mkhwanazi got a call from the brother of Mandla Mahlangu, who told him that his brother, Mandla Mahlangu, has been shot, and instructed or requested him to go to the scene, what would you say?
I'd say that's starting to make sense.
So you made an insinuation before this committee, before you even attained that information that I'm giving to you now, because that is what I'm putting to you. General Mkhwanazi found his way to the scene through a phone call he got from a brother of Mandla Mahlangu.
Yeah, it's starting to make sense now.
Don't you think that you are being unfair to the people against whom you have made these allegations? Because as time goes by, I'm giving you information and you are changing your tone. And you are changing your tone having made adverse allegations against people. Because here, like the honorable member has said, that you are making a certain insinuation by saying his failure, Mkhwanazi, to attend the funeral and him being on the scene is inconsistent.
Yeah, that was my conclusion, my assumption that is inconsistent.
Is it correct to conclude based on assumptions?
So it's not only one scene he was on two scenes.
No. Before we go there, is it correct to conclude based on assumptions about people?
That's how you start an investigation.
No, I'm not talking about an investigation here. Did you investigate Mkhwanazi for getting into the scene? I'm not talking about an investigation. I'm saying, generally, is it correct to make accusations based on assumptions? Is that a correct approach?
It's not an accusation. I said that's my assumption, and I found it inconsistent. I still think it's inconsistent. It's two occasions. How can it be?
No, but I'm telling you what transpired now. I'm telling you that General Mkhwanazi found his way to the scene through a phone call he got from the brother. So how is that inconsistent?
So would I be wrong to assume you're in direct communication with General Mkhwanazi?
I don't know. That's your own issue. I don't know. I'm not entitled to how you can think. And if that you found that to be inconsistent, why did you not raise it with the investigation team that was investigating the case of murder?
I was not in a criminal justice system. There were other people looking at the matter, including some IPID investigators were trying to locate what is the issue. And yeah, I was out at the scene. Others, they found someone who I think is a patsy for the murder.
Okay. Mr. McBride, may you take us through briefly on how a complaint is lodged at IPID, briefly? And at what stage do you come in as the director of IPID?
Okay, very good. In terms of the legislation, I'm supposed to provide strategic direction on investigation.
Strategic what?
Direction,
Okay.
yeah.
At what stage?
Well, in terms of the act, it's a prerogative of the executive director. Sometimes there might, on systemic corruption, there might even not be a complaint, but information arrives, you can activate an investigation.
Yes, you can go on. Are you done?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
So that's how a complaint is lodged.
No, I didn't say so.
But my question is so, how is the complaint lodged with IPID?
Some people phone, sometimes people send in anonymous emails, or sometimes a letter is dropped under a door. Sometimes they come to the office like Dr. Matlaba, like Paula Sullivan, like Pop Crew.
Or let me ask this way. Is there a regulated process which guides how the complaint should be lodged, which give guidance? on how the complaint should be
Yeah,
lodged?
there is. There is on receipt of complaint or by direction of an MEC or a minister, and or at the prerogative of the executive director.
So the process says what is the first step when you lodge a complaint?
It says you, on the receipt of a complaint, you receive a complaint.
Who received the complaint?
IPID.
IPID.
Yeah.
I mean, there's personnel. It can't be IPID. IPID is a body, isn't it so?
Or it can come in from local level or at a provincial office, or it can come to national straight.
But my question is there no employee at IPID responsible for accepting complaints?
I think at a later stage, someone had a hotline set up, but there was something dodgy about that hotline procurement issue. I can't remember. I was gone already.
No, Mr. McBride, is there no person at IPID responsible for receiving complaints?
Well, the responsibility stops with the executive director or the provincial head, depending on the circumstance.
So when I lodge a complaint, I must lodge it in the first instance with the executive director. Is that
Not necessarily.
So how does it go? How does it go? Now we are talking to the public. They want to know how a complaint is lodged with IPID.
There is a website, and I think there's one of these 0800 numbers also. I don't know what's the setup now, talking to the public, but I do know a complaint made to us, we then allocate it to somebody.
So the complaint is lodged on the website. Is that what you are saying?
No, I'm not. I don't think so. I think the number is called, and there used to be from memory.
No. I'm afraid you are really not being. We are not doing justice to my questions, Mr. McBride. Yeah, my question is very clear. Is there a regulated process which gives guidance on how a complaint is lodged with IPID.
Yes,
Because,
it's in the act.
yes, then you must take us through on the
Yes.
steps that are entailed in the act. How does it happen? How do you lodge a complaint with IPID?
I explained it, the receipt of complaint, the normal way people communicate. You come in personally, you write a letter, you,
Yes. And then in the first instance, that complaint goes to? Does it go straight to the investigating officer, or there is a person who receives a complaint and assess if this complaint really can be investigated by IPID, and then if it can, then he gives it to another person, and if it can't be investigated by IPID, then they respond to a complainant to say, this does not fall within our jurisdiction. Does it go that way? I'm trying to help you now because I'm panicking.
sorry?
I'm panicking. I'm running out of time. That is why I'm trying to help you.
So there are certain complaints that are not part of IPID's mandate.
Yes,
That has to be referred elsewhere.
yes. And
So
who refers them elsewhere?
Sorry?
Who is referring those complaints
It will
elsewhere?
be provincial head or it will be executive director if it comes at national office.
Yes. And what
Because you're
office,
writing to a head of another.
and what office is that in IPID?
It's the executive director's office.
So they go straight to your office.
Not straight to my office.
Yeah. Where do they go? In the first instance.
Wherever they go before they reach my office.
Yo. So if I send a complaint to IPID, I send it to wherever I can send it at IPID. Is that what you are saying?
It has to be an IPID office though.
Where at IPID? We're explaining to the public now to say, if you have a complaint here in the MK party, we have a person called Shongwe, send it to Shongwe.
So let me give you an example. At some stage, the economic freedom fighters had a complaint. They made appointment with my office and they came in and explained the complaint. So they knew what to do and they have their constituency. So it's the duty of all of us to inform our constituencies
Okay.
about how to lay complaints that are
Okay.
under IPID's mandate.
And then as the director now of IPID,
Director,
at what stage do you get involved?
when it's referred to my office,
When it's referred to your
the in tray.
Okay, that is the only time you can get involved.
I don't involve myself in stuff that's not mine.
Okay. On page 71, you are saying in your statement, open quote, although I was responsible for 9 provinces and dealing with thousands and different cases, it was not usual for me to follow up on investigations that were before IPID, particularly cases that seemed to have elements of systematic corruption, which formed part of the IPID mandate. Now, there's an allegation here made by Ngabinde, and you listed it in your statement, and I thought you were going to adequately respond to it, about you going to Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi's house to listen to a complaint that he made about DPCI. Did you go to Minister Mkhwanazi's house?
Indeed, well, he wasn't a minister then, but yes, I went to his house.
Yeah, he wasn't, but he's a minister now.
Yeah.
Now, is it ordinary for you to go to a complainant's homestead?
That's such an important case, that one.
No.
No, that is so important. Let me explain, let me answer. Then you'll get full context. So the last time I had seen,
Wait, our witness. Wait. That honorable member is allocated time. When he asks you a question, respond to the question. If he wants further details from you, it will be at his behest. Respond to the question that he asks you.
the last time I had seen,
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you can proceed.
yeah, the last time I had seen former Premier Mkhwanazi was in his office with the MEC, Willis Mkhunu. And one of the issues was a presentation on the Panday case involving Mamonye Ngobeni and involving a few other people in the matter. And they,
Yeah, but the question is it ordinary for you to attend, to go to the complainant's homestead?
I think you should hear me out and give me a chance to answer.
Please try to be brief because time is not on my side.
No, it would be a miss if I don't give a full explanation.
Yeah,
Because you asked me.
try to be brief. Is it ordinary?
No, you asked specifically about former Premier Mkhunu.
Yes, I am specific.
So will I be interrupted again when I give my answer?
No, give your answer, but be brief.
So if you allowed me, there's already 1 minute gone. If you allowed me, I'd have been done.
Yeah, you can respond. I'm listening.
Okay, thank you. So the issue was during the meeting with him, I did a presentation for him. I also raised the issue of the renewal of the contract for the provincial commissioner, even though there was a pending investigation. We of course now know the commission is on trial, and the last issue was there was some involvement of one of the brigadiers, an allegation of driving the then premier's children to school in a police car. So we raised that. So 2 days later, I was suspended after that. And that's as a result of former minister.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. McBride. I have to cut you, really. I'm running out of time. I'm sorry. And I think I won't get the answer I'm looking for here. Can we proceed to other questions? Were you ever arrested?
Myself?
Yes.
Yes, I was arrested
What were you arrested for?
on activities on behalf of the liberation movement of an allegation of drunk driving and also an incident which involved
Yes,
a
then
member.
let's talk about the second one.
Which one? The drunk driving?
Yes.
Yeah.
When was it? When was it?
It was in 2006.
Yes. And what happened to that case?
Case I was found not guilty ultimately
Yes.
by the High Court. There were two judges sitting on that appeal.
Okay.
Cynthia Pretorius and Letty, I can't remember exact surname now, I'll remember it just now. And the issue was the interference of organized crime in manipulating evidence.
Are there no charges which were once laid against you and later withdrawn?
There was a case involving a member of my family, and that is a family matter. And the matter was presented, and other side of the story presented to the prosecutors in court, and then it was withdrawn.
Did it go to court?
Yes, indeed.
Was it enrolled for prosecution?
It was enrolled, and I think I did 3 hearings, 3 appearances, and then it was withdrawn.
And that member of your family was your child, correct?
Well, you're starting to get very personal now.
No, I'm asking.
No, you're asking about my child.
Yes, I am asking about your
Yeah.
child.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be. You should mind your own business about my family.
No, but it's public knowledge because it was in a court of
Yes,
law.
it is, but it's my family.
So you are not going to answer it.
Oh, I'm just
Can
saying,
we-
watch it also.
Can we stop it here? Can we stop it here? Mr. McBride, is there no polite way to make the statement that you have made? Is there no polite way?
Well, yesterday, Chairperson,
You know why I'm asking this? when Honorable Ngola was asking you questions,
Mhm.
and again when you started with Honorable Nomval, you repeatedly make this cheeky statement that I'm saying it, you may make what you want of it.
I can't hear you, sir.
I'm saying it, you may make what you want out of it.
Yeah.
That is those are the exact words that you repeatedly used when you respond to some questions by honorable members. And you have just made another statement here that you get out of my family business. And I don't think that that is a polite way of, we are having a conversation with you here. If we ask you a question where you have some discomfort, you can just say it without bringing your arsenal to the battlefield. As a belief, please.
So yesterday, Chair, I was told that if I have an expression on my face, it will result in confrontation. No one said anything about that. But anyway, I will adhere to your instruction.
No, I addressed that yesterday.
Yeah.
I said it's me who said that we invited you here.
Yeah.
And our intention is not to humiliate you. You still remember what I said?
Yeah.
That we have invited you here to have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the answer is
Before, because I'm still talking to you. Look at me. I'm still talking to you. We want the best out of you. And we are pleading with you. Can I take the two honorable members, Honorable Matthews and Honorable James?
Yeah, Chair, you've been very polite here. We've been undermined since Mr. McBride arrived here this morning. From the very first questioning, and we've been sitting here and you've been quiet and you've been cheering like you are, I don't know. And it's not right. Mr. McBride, you can't come here and threaten any member of parliament. I heard you say you must watch it. What is that? We are not out here in the field. There's nothing that, no, I don't even bring your mic to your mouth yet. You are undermining us. And we've been sitting here and we've just been quiet. And Chair, you're not protecting us. Then we may as well just pack up and go, because this is becoming like a podcast. It's no longer an investigation into anything. Mr. McBride comes here, he insults us as if we're not conducting an investigation, and only what he says we must take. Everyone else is just a liar. We are here and we're conducting an investigation. Just respect us on that, please, Mr. McBride. It's wrong what you're doing. And Chair, please deal with it and deal with it properly. You've been too kind, too much.
Honorable James.
Chair, I'm partially covered by Chair, Mr. McBride needs to pull himself towards himself. He's been doing this since yesterday, telling us he owes us an apology before we can just move on, and threatening us. We're not going to take that lightly. How do we continue questioning him if he's being that hostile to a member of parliament and we're just meant to carry on? It's unacceptable, Chair. His attitude, his body language, everything since yesterday, it's completely unacceptable, and we've been tolerating it and being undermined by him. No more. Enough already.
You want to speak, Honorable Skosana?
Yes, Chair. I think, Chair, you tried to intervene on several occasions. Earlier, when Honorable Ngola was questioning the witness, you tried to intervene at that time. Mr. McBride said, "You want me to leave?" Now, that tells you that the witness before us, he's not prepared to take questions here. He's doing us a favor. And his concept, perhaps I'll use the other ways like yesterday, condescending perhaps is an understatement. The gesturing is still going on. Mr. McBride, we are all equal before the law. Understanding your historical, political credentials here means nothing. We are here, as you know, what happened on the 6th of July when General Mkhwanazi made a press conference. And it has unraveled so many things. The rot, the allegations are going to be tested. And I must say that I'm as Umkhonto says, we are very, very concerned with your attitude. You are undermining this committee and these honorable members here, and the people of South Africa at large. You can't do that unless you are law unto yourself. Really, Chair, please, or the evidence leaders, can you speak to the witness? Let him behave himself. This is uncalled for. We can't be sitting here and being undermined.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, honorable member. Thank you so much. This is how we are going to proceed, honorable members. I hear your concerns and that you want the chairperson to help you. First of all, I want to make an appeal to all of us that we must not speak emotion. Let's not speak emotion. The emotions will not help us to achieve what we want to achieve. The proceedings of today have to succeed by all means. And what I will say to our witness, Mr. Robert John McBride, is that we respect you so much. And your contribution to the liberation of this country has not gone unnoticed. We know what you contributed. And we don't even doubt your loyalty to the Republic. Over and above that, you can look at us, Mr. McBride. You will see that you are a citizen of advanced age. Can you please help us to learn from you? I'm trying to find a polite way of talking to you so that we help each other to have very smooth and successful proceedings. You are a senior citizen in this country. We can't even call you here to come and undignify you. And that is why from the first moment we spoke to you yesterday, we said, we are having a conversation as South Africans. And when we come out of these proceedings, or when you exit the door, you must still have a feeling that you are part of the Republic, and the people that you have had conversation with here are the leadership of this Republic representing Parliament. This is the spirit that must prevail in the atmosphere that we want to have in these proceedings. We may not have the best of the ways to to say some of the things to you. But as a citizen of advanced age, for sure, you can always be better than us, you know. When we had one witness here, I made a North Sotho expression that says, Mogolo upelupedi. Which means that when you are a senior citizen, given the experiences that you have gone through in your life, you end up having two hearts. When one heart becomes angry, the other heart becomes an overflow. Can we help each other through your guidance, Mr. Robert McBride? Please. Is there anything you want to say?
No, not really. I'll answer the question.
Okay.
So,
Chair, how much time do I have?
Honorable Nomvalo, you are left with 2 minutes.
I know there's no way, Chair. You said
No,
my time is
no,
ending.
there is no need for you to fight. I'm explaining to you.
Oh, yes.
The time that was allocated to you was until 10 minutes past 1. So now you are left with 2 minutes. The referee will give you an optional time of 10 minutes. So the time will end at 20 minutes past 1. So
No,
you
thank
have 12 minutes to
Okay.
wrap up everything.
Thank you, Chair. Your opening statement is the one. Yeah, you can answer.
okay. I undertake to use Nomvalo's words, there will be no longer confrontation. So, on the matter, my response to your question that I released a public statement at the time indicating that I had admonished my daughter because she had indulged in the temptations of which all young people are faced with every day on the streets. And that was the matter. And that's how the courts found it, and that's why the matter was withdrawn.
So the matter never went to court
I was in court 3 times.
for hearing.
Yes, I went for hearing. I was not asked to plead.
Yes. And the matter was withdrawn before it was heard,
Before I pleaded,
before you pleaded.
Yeah.
Okay. You are saying the value of Mr. Phahlane's house is 8 million. Is that the market value? Or
that's according to the calculations and documents I've seen
which documents?
that are in the investigation file. So maybe it's even worth more now.
Yeah, but what are those documents? Can you name them?
No, I can't. There's ongoing investigations. That investigation might come to court within the next few months. I don't know how far it's progressed or whether initial assumptions and evidence has been cleared up by exculpatory or implicatory evidence. So I'm not sure
Yeah,
what
but,
has taken
but
place.
my question is, what value is that? Is that the market value or
At that time,
it was the market value?
at that time when the papers were written.
So you assessed the value through those documents?
Well, assess means it's not an accurate science, but there's some rationale and logic going into it.
Yeah. And then you said that Mr. Phahlane's house was built by service providers. Who are those service providers?
Well, for example, the allegation is that it's FTA, and there was some back payments without getting into the investigation. During the search warrant execution at FTA, a lot of further incriminating documents were found, and including close to R1 million in cash in that area, and everything was done to get a search warrant declared invalid, but that failed, and Judge Sullivan ruled in the favor of IPED, and DPCI, who were doing a joint operation.
So you have evidence proving that the house was built by service providers.
Oh, there is evidence, a statement made by one of the drivers or bodyguards about loading up cash at a certain stage. So, yeah, let me just leave it there. There's cash, there's specific details about how the cash is obtained, but let me leave it there.
But your final take is that the house was built by service providers and you have evidence proving that. That is the final statement.
Yeah, that's the evidence that's there. And service provider payments, kickbacks.
Kickbacks,
Yeah,
which were delivered in cash.
according to the statements of the drivers.
And then you went to raid Phahlane's house. So we are saying, because the evidence of Phahlane, which he tendered here, is that when they arrived in his house, when they arrived, he showed them proof of payment, that the sound system was paid from his bank account to where he was buying the sound system. And you have said when you were responding to the honorable member that you got an information proving that the sound system was bought by a service provider.
Yes, the service provider bought the sound system and had it installed.
So we will request Mr. Phahlane when he comes back, General Phahlane, to come with proof here, proving that really the sound system was bought by his account. And if he adduces that, then how would you react? Because unfortunately, we're not going to have you anymore in this committee.
Well, I haven't felt very much help in this committee, but the point is, Phahlane admitted it was bought by the service provider, but that he put the money back afterwards.
No, I'm saying to you, if Mr. Phahlane, if General Phahlane comes, because we will make that request to him, that when he comes back, he must come with the POP, with the proof of payment, proving that he bought the sound system using his account. So the money was transferred from his account to a person or to a shop from which he was buying the sound system. If he produces that, how will you react? Because unfortunately, he won't come back.
The only way in which I can answer that, if I ask the investigators to provide for you the evidence of the service provider paying for it, and I bring it here, what will you say to that?
So you have that? No, I would be very.
It exists.
You will be helping the committee. We want evidence here.
Yeah. No, it exists, sir. It exists.
If you have that proof, please provide it to the committee.
It's in IPED or IDAC, not with me personally. I don't keep personal documents.
So you don't have that proof in your possession?
No, it's there. The proof is there.
Where?
In the investigation file. Where else?
Okay. But the question is here, which we have not responded to. When Mr. Phahlane gives evidence or proof that he bought it from his account, then what would you say?
Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, because I know different.
Okay.
That's
you have
hypothetical.
I didn't hear your response when you were asked about your relationship with Paul Sullivan. Do you have a personal relationship?
Well, I don't know whether you were in the room or not, but I was asked about that, and I said I have an association with him. Friendship is something different.
So you don't have a personal relationship?
You mean like boys' weekends away together,
Yes,
which you can't talk about?
Outside your official association, if there's any, do you have a personal relationship?
I meet him occasionally when he has information. For about 6 months, I haven't met him.
Did you attend his case? He once appeared in court at some point, where he was charged, I think, for...
No, I'm not sure. I don't even think I was there. I'm not sure.
You didn't attend?
I'm not sure.
I can remind you, the case was here at midnight. It was heard by Judge Letwaba. Did you attend that case?
I don't remember him being in the box when I was present. I don't remember that.
So what I'm asking here, did you ever attend Paul O'Sullivan's case?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember where he was in a box and I was in the court.
But I'm putting it to you that you attended his case, which was here at midnight, at 12 o'clock. And the case was presided over by Judge Letwaba.
I can't remember a specific case like that.
You don't know that case?
If I was there, I'd say so.
Do you know that Paul O'Sullivan was once arrested?
It's possible.
You don't know?
Arrested for what, sir?
No, I'm asking about the arrest first before.
He was arrested,
judges.
yes. He was arrested.
So you know he was arrested?
Yes.
Why were you saying it's possible? If you know.
Maybe he was arrested more than once.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't want you to guess here. I want us to tell something that you know. Do you know that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan was once arrested?
Could you kindly be specific, please, so I know how to respond to you? In relation to what?
He was arrested. He was in the Afroforum's offices when he was arrested. Do you know that?
Yes, I know about that.
You know that?
Yes, I know about that.
Do you know the charges for which he was arrested?
Oh, it's the same charges about impersonating.
I knew you
An
know the
IPAD
charges.
officer.
That is why I did not respond when you were asking me about the charges, because I knew you know them.
Yeah, but
And it's exactly what you have told us.
so the issue is, I would suggest that maybe you should listen to my testimony. I said, I don't remember a situation where Paul was in court and I was in the audience, seeing him in the box. However, I would think it wouldn't have been untoward. He is, after all, a witness for IPAD.
But you have just said you know he was arrested and you were mentioning the charges. Now,
No, I heard Phahlane running off his mouth on radio.
Let's leave Phahlane.
No, I'm telling you, you want to
Okay,
know what
thank
I
you.
know.
Thank you so much. May you please stop speaking. The time has expired. It's now 20 minutes after 13 hours. We are going to break. We will come back at 14 hours. Did you want to say something, Honorable Matthews?
Yes, just quickly. Chair, which time allocation did you go with?
Yeah,
Which time allocation?
40 minutes.
did you go with?
It's 40 minutes for a full
I
member.
knew you'd end up doing that. All right, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. When we come back, we will take Honorable Shongwe for 20 minutes and Honorable Breitenbach for 40 minutes. May you please stand up and go for break. Stand up and go for break, Honorable. 16 hours.
Good day, Mr. McBride.
Good day, sir.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking you for your services when you were Mkhonto and MK, and for your struggles before. We cannot overlook that, sir. Thank you for that. South Africa is like this because of you guys that fought for us. Appreciate. Are you from KZN? And can you speak Zulu? But
No, I lost it. I've been spoiled up in the north.
oh, but you can't clever you.
No, just give me a short question in English. It'll be okay. Yeah.
No problem. With me, we can talk, we can smile, we can laugh. I just need us to have a conversation, not to fight.
Thank
At one stage, EFF President, Honorable Julius Malema, tweeted that you should replace General Phahlane as a national, acting national police. Do you remember that tweet? Have you seen
Was
this?
that who should replace him? Me?
You should replace.
Oh, no, I was not aware of that, sir.
It was a Twitter. He tweeted that Phahlane out, put McBride in. Personally, do you think he was correct? Would you have been a good national commissioner?
So I've heard that. So Cedric says that I Phazamised Sithole and Phahlane and all these people so I can become national commissioner. But the truth of the matter, I never put my hat in the ring there. I think on reflection, in retrospect, I should have.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you wouldn't have had this where money flying all over the show.
So your answer to me is you would have been a good commissioner.
Absolutely.
So did you open cases against Phahlane, Mtiba, Sithole?
No, actually I didn't.
Hmm.
Sithole himself was caught in a video as part of a conspiracy to take 45 million out of the secret fund of the crime intelligence. So all aspects is there. That case has still been finalized, but it's a...
How long is that case?
Sorry, boss?
How long is that case?
How long has it happened? Since 2017. So it's about 9 years.
Still no arrest.
There's no arrest. I think no arrest yet, according to me, but I don't know full details of it.
Would you say IPIT is failing us there?
IPID might be failing you now, yes.
Then
IPID worked hard 18 hours a day to get a case going. I drove my people hard, but with full appreciation.
so he's still not arrested on a case you believe.
On that case, no. In fact, after his dismissal, I'm not sure by which minister, I can't remember now the sequence of events. He then blamed the minister for it, but it was the minister's advisor who was part of that.
And who's that?
Sorry, what?
Who was that minister's advisor?
The minister was Minister Mbalula at the time. The advisor was
Mbobindo.
Mbindwane.
Bindwane, okay.
Yeah, Ngani Mbindwane.
Yes.
He was right in the video. He was right in the meetings. He was right.
You just reminded me of something. Sorry to interject. There was a story that former Minister Mbalula's advisor, Mbindwane, was in a meeting of a 7 million tender that turned into a 47 million. And it was said he was there for Minister Mbalula's sake. Was it true?
So I don't know about Minister Mbalula. I never had that direct line. But Mbindwane was there. And the instruction to activate the process was there. That is the one thing, process that Nkabinde was informed about, but didn't treated with haste. So what it was is actually nothing was going to get bought from the information. It was to access on the ruse, on the pretend that something would be bought, but it's to get the hands on cash.
So
From
that's
the-
why hence the 7 million was ballooned into 47 million.
45 million, yeah.
45 million.
Yes,
So
sir.
there was such a case.
Yes, there was, sir.
What happened to it?
The case is still being investigated, like I was
How
saying.
many years ago?
Was 2017.
Okay. Still on the Phahlane Sithole and Mutiba case, there was allegations or case open for Mutiba defeating the hands of justice. Can you explain that? What happened?
Oh, it was a person from crime intelligence who was called into a meeting by Mutiba. And by the way, myself and Mutiba got on very well. And Mutiba, I told the person that they should not cooperate with the investigation, or they should withdraw their statements against some other people who were involved in some, let's say, criminal activity. And that person that he told it to was a brigadier. So the person then went and laid a charge, a Brooklyn case. Nothing to do with us. And then eventually the Brooklyn case, I think, got pushed to iPad, but I think by then I was gone already.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those cases were withdrawn against Mutiba.
I don't think they were withdrawn. I think they just didn't.
Materialize.
I actually don't know what happened to them, whether they arrived in court and whether they were thrown in court, or they just didn't proceed, or were provisionally taken off the roll. I don't know. But I've seen the statement of the brigadier who made the allegation.
So you were not the lead of that brigadier. You didn't send that brigadier to open those cases.
No, the brigadier is in crime intelligence, not with me.
Do you know that brigadier? Are you friends?
The brigadier.
Yeah. Do you know him? Are you friends?
It's a female, a woman.
She's a female. Oh.
Yeah, she's one of the very good people who've been dealing with wrongdoing in crime intelligence, and it's always been at the forefront of providing information.
Did she know of your ambitions of wanting to be a national commissioner?
Sorry, ma'am?
Did she know of your ambitions of wanting to be a national commissioner?
I never had such ambitions.
None.
No. I could have put my hats in the ring.
You could have.
Yeah.
So in all the cases you are appointed, you have suggested your name.
No, I don't understand you now, sir.
No, I'm asking, in all your appointments as a senior leader,
Yeah.
did you hand in your name yourself, or
Yeah, I applied for a post, yeah.
so this thing that you had ambitions to be a national commissioner is not true?
No, it's not true, sir.
So how come there's those cases against Mutiba? And again, do you remember Dladla? General Dladla?
Yeah. Very well.
Allegedly, there is a case that a certain service provider borrowed him money through his lawyers.
Yeah.
And IPIT said that there was corruption in that, and then you investigated.
Well,
was Dladla going to be, did at that time, do you think Dladla was going to be a national commissioner? Was there a possibility?
Oh, I don't know what the politics at the higher levels in SAPS is. I don't know. But I know Dladla at some stage, like I was saying earlier, Cedric Nkabin, they called me to a secret meeting. When I arrived at the meeting, was Dladla. So the meeting was to say, I've got a group of generals who they're about to help you with your investigation. When I arrived there, it was Dladla, Klimba, Ngobo. They were there, and we were just looking at each other. It was in a hotel room. And then Cedric was there, said, well, you know, sir, they're willing to work with you. So I said, well, my work is fighting against corruption. I'll cooperate with you if we fight against corruption. And that's where it ended. But I know there was a case. Oh, by the way, for the record, I don't believe that a service provider lending money to the end user, of the service, the person who puts the order in, is correct. I think it's inappropriate and probably criminal.
Was Dladla in any position of giving tenders at that time?
Any position of?
Giving tenders or
No, I'm not sure about that at all, but he was the end user as
how so?
head of presidential protection unit, whatever it's called.
But did he have powers maybe to give tenders?
I'm not sure what the circumstance are. The fact he got a loan doesn't matter. Service providers of SAPS should not be loaning money to SAPS members.
Okay.
Yeah, so the wrong would be there. I don't know if it's ever been given a chance to explain it sort of in a benign way.
Oh, okay. While your mind is still remembering names in the meeting, can you kindly remind or tell me or remember who are these two AfriForum and DA people and journalists who were in the meeting with you and Paula Sullivan?
There was no AfriForum. There was a author who was writing a book about Radovan.
But there was such a meeting.
It was a braai.
Or it was a braai?
It was a braai. 6th of December 2016.
So who are these journalists that were there?
Sorry?
Who are these journalists that were there?
There was no journalist there. There was only one lady who had written a book about, and I only found it out recently. Who was there? There was some other people who were there who I didn't know who they were. Yeah.
Okay.
I knew Shadrach Sibia, and I knew Cedric, I knew Mandla, I knew Sarah, and I knew Paul. There were three or four people, three or four people, and one was Brian. I found out later he's like in protective custody or something. And the meat wasn't very good anyway. So
let's talk about the rendition. We'll come back to that one.
yeah.
Two guys, this movie, to me, this is a movie. I don't want to lie to you. This is a movie. Guys are taken up, robbers are taken back to Zim in this irregularly indictment. Sorry. This deportation, irregular deportation. But what happens later is that these two guys, when they were that side, they die, apparently.
I think it's one only, sir.
One.
Yeah.
How did that person die?
The person was shot.
Was shot. Was the process of deportation followed correctly?
No, the process of deportation was irregular.
It was irregular.
Was not proper.
And that is why Sibia and Ramat were dismissed.
Yeah, wrongly so.
Wrongly so.
Yeah, they had nothing to do with it.
And the first thing you did when you came back, you reinstated them. You changed the report.
No, I didn't change the report. We added in new evidence that was obtained.
Which was only a cell phone that you
cell
said
phone
were not there.
analysis and the cell phone analysis report and something else. I can't remember.
Let me
Witness
make an
statement.
example. Let me just make an example. Money is found under a sofa in the president's house.
Yes.
And it gets stolen. Sorry, Kusel. It gets stolen.
Yes.
Does that make the president not guilty of keeping money in the house because it's not in the house or his cell phone is not found in the scene?
Sorry, Honorable Member, I'm not sure the exact question there. If you can give me the exact question, I'll
The
answer
exact
it
question.
directly.
No, let me try this example again.
Yeah.
Money is found in the president's house under a sofa.
Yes.
And it is later stolen.
Yes.
Does this mean because he's not in the house and his cell phone is not there, he's not guilty of something?
Well, it depends on who uses the house and when. And it's not my case, but in discussions about that case, because the whole country was talking about it, you can't put the president's fingerprint anywhere near that. When I say fingerprints, what's the nexus between the president and
the money?
And the money, it's only the house. Yeah, it's only the house.
So if this was a criminal case, you would have said the president is not guilty.
There's
because it was
also
not
sta-
there, but it isn't a stolen, let's say it's a stolen vehicle. The stolen vehicle is in the president's house,
So,
so it's not his.
yes, no, understand. You say, so if the president is not the only person who has possession or control of his house,
Hmm.
if there are other people, I'll give you a good example, which I like using, when there are situations of extrajudicial killings. So a person, 5 people in a car, there's 1 firearm in the car. Are you supposed to shoot all 5?
If they point the gun at me.
No, no one points a gun. It's just
I can't-
evidence
I
there's a
can't shoot.
gun. Now, the reason why I'm asking you this,
Okay, but because, for the sake of time, let's go back.
okay,
So
sir.
because of the cell phone, you decided that Sibiya is not and Damadia not
Oh,
being of
indeed.
this. Because of the cell phone not being there.
The
So
cell
a
phone,
criminal
the
can
description-
go and steal our laptops here and leave his cell phone at home and deny that he was here. And then he's not guilty because of that.
No, I think that's very critical
Hmm.
question here, because what Kuba did, Kuba is a very quiet but effective guy.
Let's stick
So-
to the cell phone.
So Kuba,
Let's come back to the cell phone.
no, I'm busy with the phone.
Yeah.
No, hold on, I've
Okay.
got the phone. So this is his work phone. And he's got a private phone which no one knows about.
Hmm.
Kuba found out about it and put 2 phones together on the request. And those 2 phones are moving together all around Gauteng, but they never reach where this scene of crime. Scene of crime, some people don't like
And
that
but
word.
we are talking about people who understands exactly that when we look for evidence, you must also check phones.
You must check phones.
Yes.
Oh, they checked everything.
I'm saying we are talking about people who understands the law and the system, that if I'm looking for you,
Yeah,
the first thing I'll investigate is your phones, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
there's a possibility that they might have left their phone on purpose. There's a possibility.
Both phones.
Mhm. There's a possibility,
So
intentionally so.
look, we can hypothesize, and I got some good explanations. I'm not going out of the way to defend anyone.
Mm.
All I'm saying is Sibiya was not in the scene.
Okay, let's
The
leave it.
descriptions they gave about Sibiya is completely wrong.
And that's what you use to clean
Well,
this report, to change the report, to know
that was the
evidence.
evidence put there,
Okay.
because you can't leave that evidence out.
Between Sibiya, okay, let me ask you this. Do you trust Sibiya?
Sibiya,
Is he a credible
in which sense?
Is he a credible officer? According to you?
From what I know, he is.
He is. Mkhwanazi?
Mkhwanazi, from what I know, he's interfered with IPD investigation.
Credible or not credible?
Sorry?
Credible or not credible? Let's stick to that. Sibiya said credible.
Yeah.
Kabinde?
No,
Kabinde?
I don't want to have this thing.
No, let's have it. Kabinde?
Honorable Chair, I mean, the whole world can see in Govinda, I mean, why?
Credible or not credible?
If, I will answer now, but even you guys sent him home to fix up his evidence.
Credible or not credible?
No, it's certainly not credible.
Mkhwanazi?
Mkhwanazi, maybe for certain things he is, but
Credible
for the
or not
IPD
credible? No,
investigation,
just one. Credible or not credible?
on the whole, not credible.
Phahlane?
Absolutely not.
Mahlangu?
Which one?
The one, Mandla?
Well, when I spoke at his funeral, I said he's a man of integrity,
Okay.
from my view and experience.
Binang?
Solid as a rock.
Kuba? Kuba?
Kuba is solid, solid,
Okay.
solid.
Now, let me ask this. How much was the value of Phahlane's house?
According to the estimates of the specialists, those observing it, and the rate of building is 8 million at that time.
How much is Mandla Mahlangu's estimate, his house?
I don't know.
Did you know that Mandla had a 7 million plot?
Well, it was a family plot, the way I understand it, and his family was in taxi business.
Did you know that he has a house in Savannah?
I know the house, yes, I've been to the house.
His salary would afford that.
Sorry?
His house, his salary, would he afford that?
I couldn't have afforded it.
Did you investigate Mandla?
No, I didn't investigate him.
Why not? Because he was always
Because I haven't heard any allegation of him stealing. and getting kickback.
But the house that Paulo Sullivan went to point,
Yeah,
which was Phahlane's house,
yeah.
was worth for you to decide that I'm going to investigate this house. But Manda's house, you didn't think to investigate it.
Thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach.
Is that 20
Your
minutes?
time starts now, yeah.
Really?
It's up until 15 hours, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McBride.
Afternoon, ma'am.
So on page 8 of your affidavit, you mentioned that in your view, General Mkhwanazi played an undue and prosecutable role in trying to disrupt and scuttle IPID's investigation into Mr. Phahlane. Could you just briefly tell me why?
So he's in HR, yet he involves himself in the investigation. He puts pressure on Mandla not to get involved in the investigation. That's Mandla's job. He offers Mandla and Cedric promotions if they become 204s. In his discussion with Khomo, who's from crime intelligence, working in tandem with Mkhwanazi, they ask him, even if Mandla asks, if I'm 204, okay, what am I going to say against the guy? I know nothing wrong about the guy. That's on the exchange on the phone. So Khomo says, no, find anything. And that's it. So he calls the chief investigation of the task team, namely Kuba. And he has a meeting with Kuba, a secret meeting set up by Nematanzela. Now, Nematanzela sets the meeting up. You have to hand in your phones, and then the issue is, I'll promote you guys. You find something on McBride, and so on. And so, all in all, that is defeating the ends of justice, in my view. It's actions, voluntary actions, which directly affect the integrity of the investigation. So in that instance, I would say it's a prosecutable case, but I don't know why the case has not been prosecuted. Maybe there's a competing priorities, maybe because Mandla is dead. Mandla also attested to an affidavit which indicates that he was offered the same thing, although Mandla stays away from Mkhwanazi because they're family friends, right? So I suppose that's why Khomo was sent to him rather than, rather than him going directly here.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any personal knowledge as to why the case against Mr. Sullivan and I think, what's her name? Trent,
Yeah.
has not been prosecuted? It was struck off the roll some time ago. It's not been re-enrolled for the last sort of 9 years. Do you know what the holdup is?
No, I can't remember what the holdup is, but it's about getting a prosecutable case. And I think they jumped a gun under Mashuka to put it under racketeering. Now, racketeering, in whatever you do, you must have a gratification at the end. There's an absence of gratification, whatever the allegation was. So it is not sustainable. But Sean Abrams was insistent on it. Sean Abrams was completely under the control of the madness that pervaded the criminal justice system then.
When you say Sean Abrams was under control of the madness, do you have a person in mind? Under whose control was he?
Well, I had a story about how he was appointed from a very junior prosecutor to a senior one. He was seen as malleable and has a great desire to please. And that's why he was chosen. He hadn't worked his way up.
Well, that we certainly agree on.
Yeah.
So you were suspended as the head of IPID in 2015. The then Minister Mkhwanazi appears to have been behind that. You were cleared and then had to rebuild virtually the IPID
Yes.
because of the damage that had been done by crime intelligence
Yeah.
during your suspension. Could you just briefly expand on that, but please briefly?
Yeah. So yeah, it was hard to come back and put things together. So we had to move quickly because the key is to make impact on corruption. Other people can investigate forever and not make impact. IPID broken, disrupted, denuded of resources and investigators, even then made impact because we just did our work. And we did our work like a bull terrier with a ball in its mouth. It's not going to let go. It's going to hold tight until it gets what it wants. And that's the right approach of tenacity of purpose. And that's what our country needs. We're not a show of force or something that is meant to threaten the constitutional establishment. That's crazy. I think we must call it for what it is.
And it's something else that I agree with you on. The SIU investigation is finalized, and the evidence received was an affidavit from a former national intelligence employee who's currently employed by SAPS. Are you aware of any of this?
Sorry, could you repeat it? I was having difficulty hearing.
Okay, never mind, I'll ask a different question, it's fine. I can just get back to my initial notes. What can you briefly, please, tell us about the RVU3 bulletproof vest procurement investigation into General Mkhwanazi, and where did that end?
I think from memory now, I don't know where the case is. The case is being investigated. So it's a case involving the procurement of bulletproofs at an exorbitant amount. Instead of about 3 to 8,000, they were costing 33,000 each. So that means for 1,000, it was like 33 million or something. And that was the initial payment. So it's quite a trick in the police to artificially increase the price of goods purchased, because that facilitates backhanders. And
Yeah.
so that's what happened. Now, the person facilitating that is the same Ibanat Kistia, which they're all around. The one I had alerted, or let's say strong warned state security that he represents a threat to our national security because of his hold on the police. So he was the one chosen. If I remember, there was two companies which belonged to him or related to him, both tendered for it. And then one of the companies that belonged to him got it. And then there was a trip to show something else, again to Paris. Seemed like Paris is a famous place for funny business. In any case, as a gift, organized for the officials there, a number of bags were handed out, like expensive luxury bags, something I'd never have. But seemingly those bags were like part of the overall inducement. It was not the main one. Something else was going down. It's not a bag. So there's a fuss made about the bags. The bags are just an indication that there is gratification at a small scale. So my understanding is that when Masamola was asked about it, he said, no, I don't remember it. And I think Mkhwanazi said, don't know what he's seen it as. But one of the officials at, I think it could have been even crime intelligence, I can't remember. Returned the bag to IPID, and it's part of evidence to indicate and gave a statement exactly the procedure that had preceded the handing out of bags. So what slowed the case down was we couldn't get the name of the driver who was driving people around, so that the French could assist us with mutual legal assistance so that we can talk to the guy. That's where I understand it is. One of the people in facilitating that matter, I understand, the senior French policeman, is at present imprisoned for corruption. So I think it's best to get, that matter has been handled by IDAC now. It's better for IDAC to brief the committee on it. Yeah, so where that is. Now, I understand there are competing prosecutory priorities. So one has to look what is the best one. You have to make a choice which to go with first. It's not a pick and choose. It's which one is easier to get a prosecution and conviction on. So that is part of the process which holds some important cases behind.
Okay.
The truth of the matter is some cases which you think are not important in a particular case, if you had prosecuted them then, without the bigger cases, a smaller case, the impacts you might have made would have been bigger than going after the big case with a lot of resources. For example,
No, I agree with the principle.
Yeah.
It's fine, thank you. I'd like to move on to my next question.
sorry about that.
Mr. Phahlane was appointed by former President Zuma to serve as the acting national commissioner. His appointment came at the height of state capture. In your opinion, and based on your investigations as the head of IPID, did Phahlane fight crime and corruption as he was mandated to do? Or did he use his position to enrich himself?
So no, I didn't see any evidence of that. I didn't see any evidence of that.
Of what?
Of him being committed to fighting crime and make an impact. In my opinion, and maybe that's my memory after many years, is that he was mainly interested in his tenders. Someone just phoned me now from the crime laboratories who are working there. There's an instance when there was a process of fiscal dumping after the year end was closed. So what is fiscal dumping is when people haven't used their expenditure properly, and the last quarter they just buy or anything that is there, even if it's not a priority or needed, because they failed to do it consistently during the year. But in this particular case, it's the strangest one. It was for some lights, like an ultraviolet type of light, which was manufactured in Australia, and the order was generated at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on 31st of March. I think it was, could be 2018, I'm not sure of the year. And within 2 hours, no, sorry, before midnight, the 54 million was paid. So the stuff would have to be manufactured, come from Australia, delivered, and then that 54,000 would be paid. Now that's the most weirdest case of fiscal dumping. It's pure corruption. I don't know why it's not. I've mentioned it to Parliament before. I mentioned it to Parliament in the Portfolio Committee, and I mentioned it to Scopa also. So those are matters which are kind of clear-cut matters. Even if you come from purely an auditing side. So what happens is that because all the payments get lined up at the end of the year, the end of the month, at the end of the year, the payment reflects on 1st of April or 2nd of April. So it looks like it's in a new financial year. So the trick they use, because there are so many payments that need to be made, electronically they're all lined up. So you find, you look for it, you search for the end of, 25, 26 financial year, and you won't find that payment there. So it looks like it's a false allegation. But if you check in 26, 27, one of your first payments there, you'll see it's the fiscal dumping. So there's all these tricks people have learned over time.
Yes, but the prosecution is surely aware of those tricks, so those cases should not be hard to do.
Yeah, they're aware of it, but I don't know how far the prosecution is here.
Then the case opened by Paula Sullivan against Mr. Phahlane. It involved exhibits going missing from the forensic lab stores. There was reference to cocaine. Rana Horn, are you familiar with this matter?
Yeah, I think it's either Munsami or Pop Crew who made the complaint, yeah.
Yes. And do you know what's happened to that matter?
No, I'm not sure what happened to. I know there was a key person who had been placed there to facilitate whatever must be done. And as soon as the investigations were done, there was a female officer, brigadier, suddenly disappeared from that from the forensic crime lab. I can't remember the name of the lady. Yeah?
The case, do you know what's happened to that? Hasn't gone anywhere?
No, I don't have an idea, ma'am.
Earlier today, you mentioned that part of all the problems that you experienced started off with the investigation of one Mr. Toshan Pandey. Can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, so at a certain stage, the matter was handed over to us because it involved police officers involved. And the KZN DPCI was being targeted because they were investigating that matter. And that matter was linked to a lot of important people who had links to even more important people. In any event, it's about corruption and false accommodation during FIFA World Cup 2010, at which time former Minister Bheki was the National Commissioner at that stage, which is the one involves Pandey, Ngobeni, I think someone called Mado, and one or two others. Yeah, I remember at that stage they had tried to bribe Johan Boysen, who was the head of Hawks, with 2 million. But unbeknown to the bribers, he set them up, and there was a letter inside the money bag. And when the guy arrived with the money, after Boysen having, I think it's called a 252A, I think that's what it's called, with cameras, with recordings and everything. They picked up that the envelope with the letter in and dusted it for fingerprints. They found out Toshan Pandey's fingerprint is on there. So it's clear that he was associated with the 2 million bribe, and his go between, I think, was Madhu. And I think those cases are on at them, I'm not sure, but those cases were handed to us. So we inherited the forensic people and we submitted. We tried to get it so many times on the roll and so many times it was kicked off. But I think it went on the roll. For some reason, I think Pandey is on the roll, but Pandey is on the roll also for tax evasion or something. There are a number of cases.
For what reason would a case be kicked off the roll several times?
I'm not sure. At least I know on one occasion, Commissioner Ria Pierre try to stop the investigation. And Lieutenant General Tramat, as head of Hawk, countered that but said, go ahead with the investigation. The investigation has merit, go ahead. So that might be also a reason why it was targeted. The DPCI and Tramat were targeted because Tramat gave the order as a national head to continue with the investigation. So those are the links. The links inevitably, on that matter, even though we took it over, and I'm sure it's with IDEC or something now, or back to DPCI, I'm not sure. It started with that issue when former Minister Becky Cele was National Commissioner. And
That's fine, thank you. You'll agree with me, I'm sure, that crime intelligence is a vital aspect of fighting crime, and more particularly corruption, racketeering, those types of crimes.
Indeed.
Now, crime intelligence today is really almost non-existent. It's in a huge mess. Some of them have been arrested, some more than once. The IGI has been suspended. The head of the National Prosecuting Authority is under constant attack. The head of IDEC also under attack. What are your thoughts on these issues? Briefly, please.
Well, firstly, my view is that there should be an independent vetting, a security vetting, and integrity testing agency, separate, not under crime intelligence, not under state security, but that deals with the two aspects, integrity testing and security vetting. Now, the difference between the two is security vetting every 5 years. And mostly it's there to test whether you are selling your country out. And integrity testing is really to check whether you're a thief or will do improper things. Now, the two are very different. The one you can do anytime, or at least once a year, or as a pre-employment screening. My own view is that they should be together. You can't do one with the other because you will find a person with purported integrity on the scores is also selling his country out. And you'll find out an honest person who doesn't have a preponderance to steal might be selling his country out. But you'll find someone who's not selling his country out who's a thief. So you've got to weigh this up. And also the person that walks into a job at a particular time, it says as clear as water. Within 5 years, that's not the same guy. That guy's been contaminated by the environment. So you have to do it regularly to keep the integrity up and security vetting up, because that's happening all the time. It's happening all the time. So you need to do it and do it. But if you are under a particular ministry, the ministry will interfere with you. In some, we've seen two, I don't know what the reasons are, two inspector generals having their clearance withdrawn. Clearance is a game they play with. I remember Becky Cele jumping up and down in Parliament about he doesn't have a security clearance, whereas he interfered with the process of me renewing my security clearance. And yet he employed my successor without a security clearance. So that's the game. It's an abuse of the security clearance issue. But if you have a dedicated agency that's independent, you can get the stuff done.
Okay, so talking about your security clearance and the fact that you were removed, while you were suspended at IPID, many cases were closed. I think it's reported that it was over 1,500 cases were closed while you were on suspension. For example, gang rapes by SAPS members, very big, important matters were closed. When you returned, how many of these cases were reinstated?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I would imagine that Mr. Sissoko and his team would, in fact, I do remember they were dealing with identifying what was fiddled with and what can be put back on the investigation table. So I remember him doing that process, yeah.
Do you have any recollection of the numbers?
No, I don't have the numbers. I just know it was done and I know it was significant enough to disrupt the normal flow of events.
My final question, Ms. McBride, and I want a very brief answer, please. 3 things that we can do that will limit or stop political interference in the criminal justice structure.
Well, politicians to know the lines. Also politicians, and we had started writing a document in the place where I work about proximity to especially new members of parliament. How people will come around them, suggest issues to them, entice them, and try to control them. Initially, it'll be something simple. You know, you buy your wife a gift or your husband a gift. But slowly it's a golf day, something, but slowly you see you spending more time with the guy. But the guy has an agenda. He's a service provider and he has an agenda. So I didn't finish that article. Some internal matters happened there. So I was writing that mainly for members of parliament to understand, especially under the new GNU, what the dangers are, how those dangers are connected to even geopolitical issues. So those kind of rules must be out there, but people don't obey rules if there's no kind of enforcement or stuff. So individual parties must deal with their own members, number one, and they must exercise their own sense of integrity testing and strictness in the rules. And it's not for us, it's for the next generation, the kids. Everybody knows the dangers that kids land in every time and the temptations they're subjected to, which are very different to what we went through. And sometimes geopolitical players would use criminality to make their initial moves. You wouldn't see it coming because you treat it as a crime. And yet it's part of a chessboard being played. So there's that one. There's a third one about the independent agency. And the fourth one is to look at so municipal police, Metro Police. Metro Police was meant to be a force multiplier. That's what was done. 2 things happened. One, it was done through SAPS Act, the Metro Police. And the SAPS Act took precedent over the other local government related legislations. The result is controlled by now, as it's done by civilian secretariat for legislation formulation. Whereas that's, in my view, my humble opinion, not being a jurist, is unconstitutional. It should be done here by the members of parliament, understanding the legislation and formulating here. So one of the key issues which everyone asks is because my organization, where I am not an official or major active member, we have an allergy to anything that sounds like it's moving towards federalism, even if it's not, because of the experiences of the past and division. Now, the other party in the GNU that controls the Western Cape has the opposite view. They go from a position of federalism. So there is almost an instinctive clash that comes, whereas we should leave the isms out and let's look at what works. So I'm talking about municipal police. So if municipal police was to be a force multiplier, why aren't municipal police properly trained with the right standard operating procedures, right prescripts, allowed to carry some dockets to take the pressure off SAPs? So that if there's a theft in a municipal building, you don't have to get a whole detective to come from, the big station and come in and investigate it. You'll get that a member to do that. Already a lot of legal competencies have cascaded to Metropolis. Boarding vessels if there's suspected there are drugs on them. Domestic violence and emergency safe centers, public order policing issues. So part of what I was doing in my missing years from the CV was doing possible models to get that done. And one of the models that we were doing was...
We're a long way from the question, Mr. McBride. I asked for three
Oh,
things that would prevent political
It's three things
interference.
I've given you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I started enjoying myself.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Klopper. Are you next? Honorable Bradenbach, who is speaking? The 20 minutes, who is using it?
Honorable Carl Barnard.
Honorable Kola Barnard, your time starts now.
Thank you,
Up
Chair.
until 12 minutes past.
Mr. McBride, it's interesting that Mr. Phahlane, of course he's Mr., not General, as he's been referred to for some reason. His arrest was along with several crime intelligence members, major generals, all arrested over 54 million rand tender fraud. And the ID did the arrest. That was in 2022. And the tender was way back in 2016. So it took a very long time to come to that point. And again, the company was iView. That was alleged. Now, you referred to iView a little bit earlier. The Durban businessman, one in Banathan Kistia, same person. And I've looked through and I've seen his name and his companies pop up in a number of matters.
Yeah.
So yes, I think he's very deeply involved in a lot of the cases. In fact, he was also investigated in relation to the 45 million rand procurement of a grabber prior to the ANC's elective conference at Nasrec in 2017. And I remember being in a meeting when you informed the Police Portfolio Committee about the grabber issue.
Yes.
And yeah, I think you were done away with soon after that for your missing year. So another system called the Daedalus, 21 million, also was from iView by crime intelligence to encrypt phone calls. Of course, at that time, Mr. Phahlane was already under investigation in a blue lights matter. Again, payment was made. There seemed to be a history of payment being made, but no goods delivered.
Yes.
So that resulted in, sorry, I can't see Mr. McBride. Thank you, that's great, thank you. That resulted in Mr. Phahlane being arrested again. That was the 86 million. So joining those dots, we seem to have the common element of that Durban businessman. Would I be correct in having done that?
Yeah, indeed, there's a clear pattern, which I was trying to explain earlier. The pattern indicates commitment to corruption. It's not like one corruption out of the blue. It's a commitment to corruption. It's like people are put in place for corruption. So when someone tells you this matter is an HR matter, check deeper. people get put in positions to do certain things. People get put in positions as a reward for things they've done before. So inevitably, in such a system, a systemic problem exists where the system is used to do corruption. So that's where we are. So it's a commitment to corruption. It's about eating, controlling the funds. And also we have obsession with rank. I tell you what, I was told by a veteran policeman, lecturer of mine, a policeman will sell his mother for his rank. That's why important, because it gives him power. Not only power to order people around, power to have access to resources. So that's the name of the game. So if your systems are not right, you can't throw more personnel at the system because you multiply your problems. That's all it is. It's logic, law of averages. If you have your systems not working properly, not being audited properly, and you throw more human beings at it, you just multiply your problems because people catch on quickly. Oh, this is how it works.
Mr. McBride, do you have any knowledge of where Mr. Mbangwa Kistia is now? What is his status? Does he still provide so many opportunities to the SAPs? I've never heard of so many things that were ordered, paid for, and not delivered. I've heard of it happening in our hospitals, and that's all under investigation. But I hadn't realized it was going on to this degree within the SAPs and crime intelligence.
So he's a co-accused of General Phahlane.
Okay.
And both out on bail. And together with Agnes McBride.
Is he
Also
also,
general.
I think it's iView software also that was aimed at monitoring the fees must fall social media platforms. Again, paid for, not delivered. Millions. Extraordinary how much has been paid to this man without delivering anything. So, okay, let's move on. Do you believe implicitly the statement that was presented by Innocent Kuba that he was offered a promotion by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi? I know you went into it, but what is your absolute belief on what happened at that time about the promotion offer?
Kuba is wrongly interpreted as being weak. And Kuba will smile all the way. But he will pull the carpet out your feet the last minute if you're a corrupt person. And that's what he does. He doesn't say more than he has to. But he is very smart. And he will smile all the way. He'll make you chase him until he catches you. So he operates like that. Gentle, patient, but impactful when it happens. And that's what happened here. In investigating the size of the monster we are dealing with in SAPS corruption, we now have a good idea about it. Thanks to Cedric, thanks to Phahlane, thanks to Mkhwanazi. We have a good idea of the corruption. I don't know about the 6th of July things. I know it about from investigations into them. Out of that, we see the size of the monster. The monster can be slain by systems, by definite checks, by getting the right people, by breaking the patronage system for appointments that's inside SAPS. You get a minister who interferes. Well, let me put it differently. You cannot spin a failure. You cannot spin a systemic failure. You cannot spin a whole departmental failure. So it's useless to have a minister go into every incident where someone was killed and you have Masemola standing behind. In each of those provinces, there are national provincial commissioners. There's a national commissioner. Why should, in that instance, Becky Cele be flying from point to point where there's an incident? That's a waste of money, but also it gives a wrong idea. It's sort of like a false carrying about people. Deal with the system that's wrong and fix it up. So you don't have to fly all over the place. It'll happen by itself.
Mr. McBride, you've gone into some depth about crime intelligence and the possible infiltration of the IPID at that time.
Yeah.
Do you think there are still members within the IPID looking to try and run things from their perspective, undermining the powers that be currently?
Yeah, for example, in IPID, since June, no one has access to the emails. Emails got wiped out. All emails from IPID got wiped out since June. Don't exist. You can't access them. Now, with all of this going on, it was an attempt to block the files. People forget that if you email something, it goes somewhere, and that other person might have it, or the lawyer might have it. So you can't kill one section and put a bug in the server and think you killed the whole game. So you can verify it from them. I spoke directly to the current acting ED of IPID when I was trying to request information. And I was told they can't access the emails. And at the same time, hard copy documents were being moved out to IPID.
Tell me about the allegations that involve service provider Keith Keating. That seems to be integrally tied in with Phahlane and his house, etc. Where does that fit in?
So my understanding is that investigation is continuing, and it's very close to being prosecuted, because all the evidence is with the IDAC. It's evidence in which there was a hell of a fight, I think right up to Constitutional Court, to declare the execution of the search warrant invalid. And it went right up to Constitutional Court, but IPID still won it. So that evidence, hardcore evidence, including the cash money, the cash money is in IDAC lockers.
Okay.
And on top of that, a lot of gratification takes place in another jurisdiction, takes place out of South Africa. Yeah. In particular, Namibia.
Okay.
Now, fortunately, the Namibian police are starting to use mutual legal cooperation to talk to the South African authorities. So there'll be some progress. That was first a hard breakthrough because some policemen in Namibia were interfering with the investigation. So in other words, I do whatever I do here, but I collect on the other side. That's the name of the game.
Were you still leading the IPID when the former SAPS Technology Management Service head, the then Lieutenant General Adelaide Shezi, her nephew, her sister, and Tsepo Khoza were all arrested around about the same time?
Yes.
Fraud, corruption, money laundering
Yes.
in that technology management division. I mean, that seemed to have been a hotbed of theft
Yes.
at the time. And when she used a service provider and family members to, again, renovate her property.
Yeah.
To score further SAPS contracts for the family.
Yeah.
And she, of course, was working very closely with Mr. Phahlane.
Yes.
What is the status of that matter?
I don't know. I think it's still on trial. I know that she was arrested soon after making a presentation to Parliament.
She was.
So she was in Parliament, but all of us knew that there's a warrant out for her. So it was like a really awkward situation.
We've had a few of those.
I can't remember if it was SCOPA or the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah.
But she was making a presentation, a very nice presentation. But we all knew that it's just a matter of days.
Wow.
So it was awkward.
finally from me, do you perhaps you can give an insight? What exactly was Nkabinda Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi link? Now, we heard a very bizarre report by Nkabinda about what he referred to as a boys' weekend.
Yes, yes.
And then that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi eventually helped him get a job in the private sector. I mean, how close are those two?
Well, Honorable Member, I think the best way to say it, maybe I'm not answering your question correctly, is if it's a private matter and consulting adults, you know, it shouldn't be at that stage our business.
Okay, I think I couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, we were given very bizarre evidence in that matter. I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Barnett, Honorable Matthews. It's now 6 minutes past 3.
So you're not being nice to me today, Chair, and just saying you have 2 hours.
14 minutes to 16 hours. Don't waste your time. Start now to
Hey,
ask
you
me.
can't, you started already. Good afternoon again, Mr. McBride. How are you?
I'm very well.
I come in peace. And
So do I.
okay, we are together in the Peace Corps. And the questions we have today are pretty much yes or no answers. So we're going to move quite nicely and smoothly, Mr. McBride. Let's start off with your education, your qualifications, and your career. So in your CV, you stated that you did your Bachelor of Arts in International Politics at UNISA in 2002. When did you start that? Do you remember?
I think initially it was a LLB matter which I started in prison, and then I changed because when I came out, I was working 24/7 on the peace desk. It was, our country was going through turmoil.
And then the BTech in policing, your BTech degree, I think you said at TUT. Do you remember when you started that qualification?
Yeah, 2004 or so.
Okay. Then you were appointed as the executive head of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police in 2003. So you hadn't had the policing qualification at that time?
No.
Okay. And then in terms of policing experience, as in working within the police force,
Yeah.
when you were appointed?
You mean in Ekurhuleni?
Just before you were appointed, because remember you were supposed to give us your updated CV. I guess you didn't have time. So just in case it's there and we didn't get it. Okay, but it's fine. You can just, in case that was missed, whether you had worked in SAPS before or any of the Ekurhuleni departments before your appointment.
I don't want to be facetious, but I'm glad I was not in SAPS before.
So, okay, right. We said we're going to try and do yes or no, please, Mr. McBride, but okay, we'll let that one go. Did you apply for the position and was there an interview process done?
Oh, yes, definitely, with Ekurhuleni, indeed, yes.
Yeah. Who else was in the running? Do you know?
Some important people here.
Not as important as you, I'm sure. You've been singing your praises. I'll just jump on the bandwagon on this one.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember?
You're making me laugh now.
Do you remember?
I think, I'm not sure now, but I think Alfredine, maybe Janika, was a contender, or perhaps not. There was a Cape Town lady who I hold in high regard because she's academic also. She's very good. I can't remember her name now.
No, that's fine. And then you indicated you were self-employed, right?
Yeah.
During 2008 and 2014.
Mhm.
Did you have a company that was registered when
Yeah,
during
yeah.
that period? What was the name of the company?
Pasha.
Pasha. Is it still registered?
No, I resigned from it. I don't know if it's running. Sold all my shares and left.
Oh, okay. So you weren't the only director, or you were the director?
Yeah, there was, I think, there was a Lissering. was a director, but I resigned and went, sold my shares and everything.
Okay, and then did it do any work for the state?
No,
And then I have to ask this because, you know, his name comes up everywhere. And Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, was he involved in that business in it?
no way
You
at all.
didn't even know him back then.
No, didn't.
Then you moved on to the public administration in 2019.
Yes.
Who was the minister then?
Minister was initially Ayanda Dlodlo, and
Not
then
2019. It was a new administration, wasn't it?
not yet. It was Ayanda, and then Minister Mkhwanazi came in there.
Okay. So did you come in under Minister Mkhwanazi or Minister Yanda?
Minister Ayanda Dlodlo.
Okay, was it a new position?
Yes, it was the ethics unit I had to put up,
Oh, okay.
which is running now, which part of its job was also to get the FATF off our backs.
And
So we work closely with the law enforcement and prosecution, yeah.
okay. Let's talk about your visit to Mr. or Minister Mkhwanazi's home. You said
Yeah.
it was, yesterday you stated that it was Mr. Kabindi who initiated the visit to the home.
Yes.
It was his private residence. You didn't go to any official government office or anything?
No, he
It
was not, he was not in government then.
No, I'm saying that you didn't arrange a meeting rather to go.
No, it's
You didn't
Ikabinde that
indicate.
arranged it.
And you didn't advise Mr. Kabindi, "Hey, it's better, can we go to one of our offices or something instead of his private residence?"
No, as former premier, Minister Mkhwanazi carries some weight and gravitas. It would be a sign of disrespect if I want to ask him in a confidential matter to come to our office or something. So it's my way of operating in KZN. I go to the people.
Okay, how many times have you met with Mr. or Minister Mkhwanazi regarding or while you were in charge of IPAD?
When I'm in charge of IPAD. Only that occasion.
Okay.
Yeah, afterwards I met him when I was already, I think, in state security. Then I met him at Lekgotla or something, and then I warned him, "Hey, the guy's still with you. The guy is not a good guy."
You see how you're going off the beaten track now and using my time, Mr. McBride. Okay, let's move on now. Mr. Kabindi, you said that he was shocked when you arrived at King Shaka Airport that you had your protector with you.
Yeah.
And you mentioned something about being vulnerable, or he thought you were going to show up being vulnerable. Why would he think that? Because you worked together. Why?
Oh, no,
What was
because
the backstory to that? Why would he be surprised, and why would there be some issues about
the
this
issue was I must be alone, honorable member. I must be alone. I mustn't tell anyone. That already sounds of subterfuge. Set up coming.
But why would something like that be set up?
No, the boss wants to keep it quiet.
Who's the boss? Because you weren't reporting to the minister. The minister was
But it's his boss.
But he wasn't, from my understanding, was he not working in IPAD under you then? And Minister Mkhwanazi he wasn't a minister at that time for this meeting?
Minister Mkhwanazi was not a minister then, but Cedric was working for IPAD.
Yeah, so whose boss was he? You're saying he,
No, he means like in a political way. Yeah.
ANC way, you mean?
Yeah, so for
African National
example,
Congress way, let's just speak.
for example, if Minister Mkhwanazi was a traditional chief, it would be the same thing. I'd go and show respect to it.
Okay. Your appointment yesterday that you were a bit iffy about telling us, so you were appointed at the State Security Agency in 2020. You were subsequently placed on suspension for 22 months.
Yeah.
What were the reasons, or what reasons did they give you?
Well, the main reason was that Minister Ayanda Dlodlo lied about me. She said I carried out a unauthorized operation, which is not true. The paperwork to that effect. But I had to shut up because our business is secret business. So I just shut up and took the pain.
Did you sign the suspension letter?
No, I didn't.
And then you were
I
reinstated?
didn't because the suspension letter is supposed to be notice of intention to suspend.
Mm.
But as I'd seen before, there was already a process in place to take, before I could return with an answer, to take my access card away, to remove VIP protection, to stop me from entering the premises, already at that time. And I've been through the suspension things a few times, I know the tricks. So I decided that I'm not going to participate in my own humiliation.
And were you paid during those 22 months, obviously?
Yeah.
And you were later reinstated in June 2023?
Yeah.
Then subsequently, the Director General resigned in November 2023. So it was about 4 months after you were reinstated.
Yes.
What was your relationship with the DG Majola?
Majola, no, I liked her very much. She's an old veteran. I liked her very much, but seems there was something else someone had whispered to her somewhere, or there was another agenda which I was unaware of, yeah. But I liked her.
Okay, let's leave out the like. We're talking about the actual working relationship because there was information circulating that she said, and I mean, it's a media report, so you know how the media is. So we're just asking you, obviously, it's your side of the story. If you are reinstated, she's going to resign, and subsequently 4 months later, she did.
So I don't know if she really said that. I canvassed
okay.
that with the minister at the time, who was Monli Kungubele.
Mm.
Monli was non-committal on it, but the impression I got is that was said, but I'm not sure why. So the issue is, since I left, no new director has been appointed, either by domestic or foreign.
All
So
right.
you-
I think we can just, we wanted to ascertain your relationship with Ms. Majola. So your contract was due to expire in June, July 2023. It's been extended?
there was an extension letter,
Uh-huh.
but the salary just stopped for a full year.
So you currently have a position at the SSA, but you're not being paid?
No, now I'm being paid, but
So-
I've been paid like the low-line person.
Join us as the nation, Mr. McBride, we are sorry. So to sum up the section is that you have been suspended twice in key roles, rightly or wrongly so.
No, 3 times.
Where's the other time?
3 times I'm helping you now.
Okay.
It's Ekurhuleni.
Oh, that one I missed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ekurhuleni for drunk driving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was brought back to deal with xenophobia.
Never drunk again, drunk and drive again. Your constitutional court matter that was between the Minister of Police regarding your suspension.
Yeah.
So from what I gather from the from that matter, you had asked the Concord to determine whether the minister had powers to suspend you or whether Parliament was supposed to do it, not necessarily to speak to the merits of the case of Phahlane that led to you being suspended. Am I clear?
So the issue was, can you suspend me unilaterally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it wasn't about the actual case on what led to the suspension.
Yeah. Luckily for him, it wasn't. Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about the Helen Suman Foundation joined your case as friend of the court. The Helen Suzman Foundation.
Yes, yes, it's on record, yeah.
Okay. Did you have consultations or discussions with them prior to them joining the case?
I had a discussion with them and the issue was, we're not personally supporting you, we're supporting the principle.
Okay.
I
So
said,
did they assist you with legal fees or legal assistance?
No.
Did they offer to do so? Okay.
no,
You also yesterday, besides singing your praises, Mr. McBride, you were singing the praises for Helen Suman's Foundation and Freedom Under Law, the Ford Foundation, for the role they play in our criminal justice system. Now, do you have knowledge on who funds these organizations or the people actually who fund these organizations?
no, I don't have a clue. What I know is the people I know from there are people of integrity.
Okay. I'm talking about, we just want to know about where they get the money from.
I
So
don't-
there hasn't been. So there's never been, or from your knowledge, an investigation that has been conducted or an assessment done on these NGOs, possible use as vehicles for foreign political influence.
Well, I'm sure there are NGOs that do that. And, but it's unlikely it's that one.
Based on what? If you're saying that these ones, it's unlikely, it's based on what?
The integrity they show on matters and principle they show.
So your engagement are with the people who give the money or the people who operate?
Oh, no, the people I engage with.
Okay, so you don't know who gives the people?
No,
who
no
operate
clue at
with,
all, ma'am.
okay. All right. Do you agree that these NGOs pose a national risk, not just in South Africa, but internationally, NGOs pose and can pose, some of them, a national security risk?
Indeed, some of them can, yes.
Mhm.
And some of them do already.
And here in South Africa, do you think we are immune to that?
No, certainly not. The game is on already.
Paul O'Sullivan, where does he get his resources from to assist officials and entities in the criminal justice system?
It does all sorts of businesses all over the world.
And how have you verified that?
Sorry?
And how do you know that?
It's what it says. I've looked into his background.
Oh, you have, okay.
He's not a member of any intelligence service.
But that's not the question. I'm just saying, so how do you know he has all these sorts of businesses and how much money they make besides him telling you? Because yesterday you say he says a lot of
No,
things.
it's also from what he says, but he spends a lot of time traveling. And he once told me he buys and sells property. Yeah.
But it's based on what he's told you. You haven't done any sort of confirmation that what it is he's saying, where he gets the money from, it is from there.
No, I haven't checked.
So he may as well be getting money from anywhere.
Yeah, anyway, it could be anywhere. Even some of the money you get in good faith could be coming from anywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with that. So having no credible assessment or an investigation on these vast resources that this Paul O'Sullivan has, where he can go and police even feel like he's the proper whistleblower. Do you think, as Mr. Robert McBride, who once burned down police stations when we were fighting the apartheid, while I was still little there.
Speak for yourself.
Do you think, no, I was about not me. No, you know what I mean in the struggle, but do you believe that you were protecting us as a country by allowing and accessing resources from Mr. Paul O'Sullivan without us even knowing where this man gets money from?
The main access of information to him is information about corruption.
But where he gets it from and how he gets it. So that's the question.
Well, that might be worthwhile investigation, but corruption is good for the country.
No, we're not disputing that, but you know, things can be also weaponized and we don't want it to be
But
weaponized. for
fighting
foreign-
against corruption is a good thing.
It's always good, but it must not be weaponized and one-sided also
Because-
for regime change, Mr.
I agree,
McBride.
ma'am, I agree.
So let's move.
And let me be first to say, if I find out he's doing that, he'll be in big trouble.
Okay, I wish
I
you
know-
would
I know
comment
the- I
from
know the
of where he
chairperson
gets the
spoke
money
about-
as a start, because that might help. Let's talk about the rendition investigation. So just quickly, and most of my colleagues have covered this. So the first report was issued, IPED report was issued on the 22nd of June, 2024, right? You were appointed to IPED on the 3rd of March, 2014.
Yeah,
Right? Then there's the second report, and this starts off in your affidavit from paragraph 40. And then you appointed these investigators, you thought they were not the one needed supervision, and then they finalized the report on the 18th of March, 2014. Does that
Yeah.
sound right?
yeah. So it said January, February, and March.
Yeah. So you signed the second report, it was, no, yeah, so it was about 10 days of you taking office, you signed off on the second report.
On the
Because you were appointed on the 3rd
9th,
of March.
9th of April,
What happened on the 9th of April?
when I signed off on the document.
It was the 9th of April, not the 18th of March.
No, 18th of March, I think the other signed off on it.
So it was, okay. You signed the second report. Okay, so we saying that the days were a bit different, but it was between 10 and 15 days that the second report was signed. In the Wickman's report, the investigator said the first report was submitted as a final report and not as a draft, right? And then in your testimony, you've also said that you didn't know that there was a first report or even a draft report.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
But Mr. McBride, in this Wickham's report, it says that you said that you did not do any material change to the findings of the first report. So is there something we're missing?
No, it's the report that was handed to me in March. That's the report, the reviewed one, the one that had the cell phone stuff added in. I did no material changes.
To
If
which
you-
one? To the second report or the first report?
No, it's the report I saw.
So which report did you see?
I saw a report,
The one that you
March.
signed when you arrived?
the one that I put my signature to, that's the one I saw.
So you only signed one report?
Yes,
You also described that Wickham's report as bogus. Yesterday, do you remember?
which one is that?
The Wickmans, I'm pronouncing that.
Werkman.
Workmans, yeah. The bogus.
Yeah.
I'm just confirming that that's what I heard you say
I can't
yesterday.
remember if I said bogus, but I didn't attach any. I mean, there was a disclaimer in the thing on that they don't regard themselves as legal experts or investigative experts.
Oh, okay.
They also said they don't take any liability for this report, so it's a non-report. Can't go to court with that.
Okay, so did you formally challenge the report in court? Or you didn't?
The report was part of the bundle that we submitted to court for the Part B for the minister. I can't remember if that was addressed or we had specific points dealing with that report, or we just said, there's the report, it has no value in law.
So you didn't challenge the report directly, it was part of a bigger case?
No, it didn't. There was no time. It got leaked on a weekend.
Okay.
And we were getting, at least me, by the Monday or Tuesday, notice of intention to suspend.
And then are there any findings in the report in particular that you want to bring to our attention that you did not agree with, that was factually incorrect?
On the report that I signed,
No, the report of the workmen's.
I know the thing was just, it was just handled with an agenda. So you can't nitpick that report here. You'll spend next 10 years doing that.
IPED investigations, there's a supplementary answering affidavit in the case 8258/28, involving Lieutenant General Phahlane, yourself, O'Sullivan, Trent, and the magistrate. And then you stated that disciplinary measures were taken against Mr. Kabendi after you learned that he had been approached by SAPS members regarding the investigation. Is that what you said in your supplementary affidavit? We made copies.
Yeah. I can't remember which part you're referring to. In Kabinde issue was he was removed from task team, sent back to KZN.
Did you authorize or support the disciplinary action against him?
No, I don't have to. It's the supervisor must do that.
But I'm saying, did you?
No, I was not involved in it.
Yeah,
I was
but-
there to testify.
No, not at the hearing now. I'm talking about what you had written in your supplementary affidavit and whether you, when it happened, did you support the action that was taken against him?
Against him?
Yeah, the disciplinary
Yeah,
action.
yeah, yeah.
against
He's,
him.
he did a scurrilous thing.
Let's talk about the actual DC hearing.
Yep.
This laptop is just jumping again. I just want to move somewhere here. You said you were there just to testify. Now we're actually at the hearing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
In your annexure RJM 22, there's the email from his lawyers to your lawyers.
Yeah, yeah.
And then in that email, it says our discussions relating to, so it says we referring you to our discussions relating to an amicable rather, settlement. But yesterday you said that they approached you and they told you that this is what they want to settle. So can you explain what the discussions were?
So the lawyers are talking. I'm not part of the talking. Whatever the lawyers say to each other, I don't know. But if you look further on the same sentence you're reading, it will say, my client instructs us as follows.
Mm.
And then it says, charges are withdrawn,
Mhm.
he resigns. So the issue of resign came in from the time Nkabinde spoke to Moses Dlamini and said, I can't testify in front of the chief, I'm feeling too embarrassed. And
Was he going to testify in front of you, or you were just?
or the other
going
way
to
around, I would
witness?
testify against him, but
Okay.
he couldn't face me.
So you were not part, when his attorneys were engaging, you were not part of the discussion before the email that was sent to you? You
Yeah.
did not know what was being discussed, nothing, you didn't engage?
The issue with me was he was going to resign either way.
No, but I'm asking, were you part of the discussions? with
No,
his
not
attorneys?
with the lawyers. Not with the lawyers, yeah.
Paragraph 31.2 of the same supplementary statement, you deny that Paul O'Sullivan and this Miss Trent drafted any witness statements, right? Then, Mr. McBride, in paragraph 31.4, you refer to the same statement by Mr. Sisonko and Mr. Mkhwanazi told, okay, let me read this properly. You say, okay, so let's go to paragraph 31.4 of your current statement to us.
The affidavit.
Yeah, your affidavit to us,
Okay.
not the supplementary one. Because there's just you have two different sites that you refer to. There's the Sable Hill Estate, what I'm trying to get at, and then in your supplementary affidavit, you talk about the Camel Drift Estate. So what I'm trying to determine is whether these are the two same sites in regards to Phahlane's matter. And when Mr. Sullivan inserted himself to go and join your
I
investigation.
think the estate is Sable Hills
Mhm.
and The closest police station is Camille Drift. And there is another property close by, which is, forget the name of it, first name of it, but it's one where everybody would meet, including even Nathan Kistia and Mabula team and Mkhwanazi and this one. I can speak about that, but I know you got time constraints.
I'm glad you know, Mr. McBride. So my question is that were there two estates involved here or was there one? Because you've got the one affidavit, your supplementary affidavit, in the case, and then you have the one to us. So I'm just trying to get clarity.
If you can direct me to my supplementary affidavit.
Yeah. Paragraph 31.2. I don't know if our technical team gave you a copy of it. Did you?
Have you got a page for me that in the bundle?
Yeah, it's not in the bundle. It was printed today. 31.2.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, I'm ready.
The supplementary.
Yeah, it's,
Okay, so the 31.2, we're going to skip that. It's talking about the draft witness statements. We want to go to 31.4 when we talk about the estates. You see, under 16.2. So 31.4 and then 31.4.1. And then there's a 16.2. I'm informed then, or maybe you should read it. Do you see it it's the last paragraph on page 2.
just hold on 1 second. I'm on page of that affidavit, I'm on page
12, the last paragraph.
12, yeah?
Yes, sir.
The last paragraph, 16.2.
Yeah, bo.
I am informed by the then leading, so it's extract from Sissoko's statement.
Yep.
I'm informed by the then lead investigator, Mkhwanazi, that Paula Sullivan did assist the investigation team at the initial stages of the investigation by accompanying them to Camille Drift Estate, including typing statements based on interviews with witnesses. They also received some information from Mr. O'Sullivan's or Ms. Trent, as they had access to systems that IPA did not have for investigative purposes. Meetings with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Ms. Trent were held in the context of assisting investigators with information relating to the investigation.
Okay.
There was never any instruction from the executive director that IPID investigators must work with Mr. O'Sullivan or that they must give him information obtained as a result of investigations by IPID.
Okay. So this Camel Drift Estate,
I think
it's not the
that's-
same, what can you,
Sable Hills would have been in that district here of Camille Drift.
so in reference to this, it's not referring to the visit that O'Sullivan did with your investigator to point out the house.
No, I think it's the same place here.
So Camel Drift Estate and Sable Hills is the same thing.
No, Sable Hills is in Camille Drift area here.
Okay. Then I got WhatsApp, Mr. McBride, and someone from the public wants me to ask you, what is your relationship with, or have you met, whether it's work-related or not, with Honorable Adams?
With Honorable?
Adams, Fidel Adams.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I
What's-
like him.
Yeah, I also like him very much, but what is the relationship and how far back does it go?
No, I only know him last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is a guy appears to be fighting against corruption. So I wanted to meet him. So I reached out to him to meet him, and he agreed to a meeting. And
You reached out to meet with him.
yeah.
You
He's,
haven't reached out to meet with me, and I'm fighting corruption
So-
day in and day out. I'm just saying.
Yeah, maybe that's an oversight on my part here.
So it's
So-
been a year and then, okay, so it's been a year and you've reached out to him and there was no
No.
leaking of any information to him?
No, it was towards the end of last year. He took a photo and I think he put it on social media. I'm quite happy with that. I got criticized by some of my comrades because our politics are different. But Honorable Mateus, if you have a drive to fight corruption, I'll work with you too, regardless of what my colleagues think.
They also want me to ask you whether you have a work relationship or met work related or not with the former Inspector General Phahlane.
No, I met him when he was Inspector General already.
Mm.
I can't remember. I met him at there was a conference where the case of South Africa in the ICJ was being discussed. And there was a lot of people from my service were there, and I was asked to come there to meet a person who is a witness, but whose life might be threatened, to see which way I can assist. And I saw him there.
So you don't have, so that's pretty much it. There's no other meetings of saving the country or
No,
fighting
no, no,
crime
no.
intelligence.
Mm.
And Junaid Johnson from Crime Intelligence, our IDEC head's husband.
No, I don't know the guy, never met him. I don't even know Andre Johnson.
You don't know or you've never met her because you can't not know her.
No, I've seen her at a distance, but I don't know her. I know of her, who she is,
Oh, okay, no problem.
what she looks like. I've seen her here on TV in this hot seat.
Okay. And then Chair, you are giving me extra time because I'm done. I'm giving the ANC some of my time.
Thank you so much. Are you done, Honorable Matthias? Thank you so much. Honorable members, can we take a break and come back at 16 hours? it will be yourself, Honorable Mngango, 40 minutes. Honorable Sols, 40 minutes. Followed by Honorable Vessels and Honorable James, respectively. The latter two will get 20 minutes each. So the time allocated is between 16 hours and 18 hours. I want to wish you good luck, honorable members, the four of you. You will come in that order.
Thank you. The witnesses.
No, you must ask the question, Honorable Mngango. We are proceeding. The witness has been warned about the time yesterday. We can't warn him about the time again today. Just put the question.
He's going to respond to my question, Honorable Chair.
Yeah. When you have asked your question, I will tell you who's going to respond to your question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Because I'm worried about your time. We can't
No.
reverse the clock.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. McBride.
Good afternoon.
Paragraph 18.1 of your evidence in chief.
Is that the affidavit, sir?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
You actually visited the Minister Mkhwanazi, together with Mr. Nkabinde. And that is what actually he told us when he was actually here.
Yes, sir.
But what was the purpose of your visit? Do you know?
Oh, the visit was, he's the complainant, and he was complaining there was abuse of powers by DPCI KZN, and he wanted to talk to me directly about it. Or so Cedric said. So I came there and Cedric went in to see if it's okay, and I went in and he explained to me what happened here. But I was also anxious to see him again since our last meeting, which was before I suspended, and in which we had done a presentation on the Pandey matter and Ngobeni matter to him and to MEC Willis Mkhwanazi.
But do you know what actually put the minister on the line of Hawk's investigations?
Oh, I think it's just mischief making. It's mischief making because the matter was closed by DPCI before and by a prosecutor that was dealing with the matter beforehand. And at some stage out of the blue, someone just opened the case again to have a go at the minister. Well, he was not minister then, but Mkhwanazi, Senzo. So for me, that is wrong. You gotta come clean to an investigation with, and I say so in my information note to Minister Trele, that this took place, and this is the outcome. The only difference I have, I sort of don't remember it as in 2017, or was it early 2018? So
The visit to the minister was in actually 2017.
yeah. So I would imagine it's early 2018, just after the changes. Reason being is when I sent the info note is February or March 2018. And but this is me analyzing what, it's neither here nor there, what Nkabinde said. That's what's in 18. It's a summary of his evidence.
Thank you. Would you have any idea why the former minister Peggy Cele did not actually renew your contract?
Yeah, it's two aspects. One is the fake complaint by Nkabinde, and the second one is the allegation which which Philip Mhlongo from the fighters informed me about.
Okay.
And I put a complaint in on that matter when I became aware of it. It was obviously too late. The non-extension had taken place. So I just mentioned it in passing what happened, but I think it's in July 2019. I can't remember the end of June or during July, I sent off the complaint. Should be in the bundle somewhere. The complaint to the IGI. I'm not sure where it is now.
Yeah, I know that my colleague actually asked a question related to what I'm also going to ask, because to me, there is a little bit of a puzzle here. It's interesting that to know that IPID is actually structured in a way that you also have offices in the provinces and nationally.
Yes.
And I was trying to understand why Dr. Mahlaba actually took all the trouble to travel to your office to report a matter which he could easily have done so in KwaZulu-Natal, Durban or Pietermaritzburg, wherever your offices are.
I think
And when he is there, he
Yes, sir.
specifically wants to report his matter to the executive director.
I think he wanted it to be taken seriously, and I'm not sure whether KZN was not taking it seriously. In any event, the way I understand it, it was sent back to KZN. So Mandla, I only found out recently, Mandla took it to KZN again, and they investigated together with the murder of Sindiso Makatla. So, and there were some similarities between that case and a case of a Sergeant Mhlongo about modus operandi. So the three cases were sort of running together at the time. And by the time I left, I didn't have a registered outcome of that investigation. But Mahlaba, I met him. It was my first time meeting him. I met him subsequently in KZN on a number of occasions. Yeah.
Thank you. In paragraph 26, you stated that, and I quote, "I don't know General Mkhwanazi."
Yes.
Is this statement true? Do you really do not know this man?
No, no, I don't know him. I know about him, and I know of his involvement in interfering. Let's put it mildly first, interfering in IPID investigation. And I know him from the meeting with Ria Piecha and Minister Ntlego.
Yeah. So it may not be entirely true that you actually do not know him, because he was present at the meeting where you were also present, where you had where the Minister Ntlego was actually introducing himself to the top management of the police.
Yeah, but I don't know him. I saw him there. He made a statement which seemed like a big complaint, but I don't know him. There are many other senior cops there. I don't know them.
Okay, you also referred to an incident where you say General Mkhwanazi, and I quote, played undue and prosecutable role
Yes.
in the investigation of a matter involving General Phahlane.
Yes.
Why did you not charge him for defeating the ends of justice?
That process is, I think, is still being looked at, but I don't direct or dictate which way an investigation goes, or indeed the prosecution thereof is something that takes place at the NPA. So I don't know the status of it. The head of investigations don't know. So I don't dictate which investigations to take or follow through.
far as you are concerned, there is no formal investigation that is underway.
Not that
with
I'm aware
regards
of.
to this.
But and that's why I say prosecutable based on the evidence before us. There is sufficient evidence to warrant a prosecution or at least an inquiry within the caste system.
Because one would be concerned that a statement like this is actually part of your evidence in chief, which you presented here under oath, and yet is not based on any particular facts. And there is not even a case opened against him for doing this thing that is alleged to have been done.
I'm
But
not
that-
sure a case has been opened or not. But it's my professional opinion that indeed there's a case to answer for, whether it's as a disciplinary or whether it's as a prosecution. And the simple answer is, why did you interfere? Why did you promise gratification for disturbing the investigation? And that is my view right now as I'm before you, Honorable Mbangwa.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. What happened to the IP investigation around the procurement of bulletproof vests? Where is that investigation?
I don't think we bought bulletproof vests. The bulletproof vests, the only one I know is the one about, is that Mkhwanazi, even Nathan Kistia, Masemola involved in, not IPID. It was just an investigation of what we call I-view investigation, because it involves the company of Ibn Nathan Kistia, but it's not us, it's them.
Yesterday, you actually also responded to a question about the people who were convicted for the murder of Mandla Masla. Are there any members of SEPS that are part of that group?
No. The person's surname is, if I remember off the top of my head, is Sitole, the guy who was convicted. I think he's also like a minor in Gabi. But I don't know whether there's any minor in Gabi if he kills. It's always major.
Thank you. Can you share with us how promotions are conducted within SEPS, especially at the level of generals? Who appoints generals?
Well, there is a section, I think it's called Section 35. People can jump ranks also. And on the prerogative of the National Commission, he can promote anybody he wants to. So whilst there's been normal processes, you have these other processes at senior place, which override the normal good practice of advertise, apply, shortlist, interview.
Just trying to figure out how could Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and or Homo, I mean, how would they have been able to actually promote Kabinde and those other guys whom they were promising ranks within SEPS?
So there's a woman called Sandra Tema who had an investigation against her, something to do with the police college. She was a brigadier, Tema. She resigned when it became too hot, and she came back whilst Phahlane was the acting national commissioner, and she became a general, a major general. She eventually got fired for racism. Her house often served as a meeting place between Kistia, Mabula, Phahlane. Mkhwanazi himself visited there, according to my knowledge and what I've seen, once that I'm aware of. So the house was a meeting point, and how we came across it, we are following the movements of people, historical movements of people who just all disappear at the same place. They all switch their phones off at the same place. We didn't know what happened there. Is there something blocking the signal or what? And we looked around, took us about 3 weeks. We eventually found the place where it's at. And people applied for 205s to get information, who belongs there, who are all the people. And a name came out, and through cooperation with the estate managers, we find the people I've mentioned had visited it, some of them at the same time.
Well, thank you, Mr. McBride. In fact, all I wanted was whether or not these people, Mkhwanazi and Homo, would have been able to actually honor their promise by appointing Mahlangu into one of the positions. So now you have answered that, in fact, it is the prerogative of the National Commissioner to appoint general. Okay. Can we move on to the rendition case? You have indicated that a report recommending the criminal prosecution of General Stramatin was issued by IPID 2 months before your appointment. And without your knowledge, can you explain to the committee how such a consequential report could be finalized and released without the awareness of or oversight of the incoming executive director, and what this suggests about governance and accountability within IPID at the time?
Yeah, so the incoming executive director arrived on the 3rd of March. The first report, as it were, the incomplete one, was 23rd of January. And the second one was 28th of February, about 6 days or so before the incoming executive director arrived. And on the 4th, I can't remember sequence of events where the Minister Mtetwa asked me to find out in preparation, but on the 10th already of March, I'd given him a briefing and update in an information note. But from the 4th, I was getting briefing about cases, what's the status, and asking questions. And in Kuba's affidavit to the Zondo Commission, he mentions, I raised concerns about the independence of the investigation, the interference of Minister Mtetwa, Jenny, Irish Kobosheani, and crime intelligence basically, and Mosing, a prosecutor, SPP. So I raised it. Oh, is this how you do it? I mean, are you not independent? Is the IPID Act, am I mistaken, or is the IPID Act in place or not? And then Kuba told me, no, he was under immense pressure. It was difficult. Even at one stage, someone told him that, don't worry, Mtluli is following you. And out of fear, he asked. And also the fact that he was told at some stage, don't involve Sesoko in the matter. And Sesoko was also not aware, even though he was in IPID, what was going on. So one day, Kuba asked Sesoko, can you please accompany me? I'm scared. These guys, they want to meet me at a garage on the side of the road. And that's when he went and saw what it was. There was a prosecutor, I think the prosecutor was Billy Moletsi, and either Mosing or another one met him on the side of the road, completely unusual. Sesoko is a very proper person, does things completely right. So he found it weird. And then when when I was being briefed by Kuba, I asked for Mr. Sissoko to come down. And then Mr. Kuba explained all the things again and what had preceded him being asked to go with him to meet at a garage somewhere on the side of the road. So there clearly was sufficient interference, incompleteness of report for me to say, go and review it and complete and add what other evidence is missing. I can't sign off on something that doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you. I'm worried about my time. You also stated that upon reviewing the rendition investigation, it became apparent that it had not been conducted independently due to the influence of crime intelligence. Could you elaborate on the nature and extent of this influence, including how it manifested operationally and whether this interference actually compromised IPID's, constitutional mandate to conduct impartial investigations?
Yeah, seemingly Colonel Madilongo, sorry if I get the name wrong, arrived to the acting ED, Kuki Mbeki's office. And Kuki called Kuba, and he already had a docket with him, which was almost completed. That is crime intelligence guy. He later on argues, no, I was not in crime intelligence, I was in detectives. But either way, he portrayed himself as crime intelligence, and it was believed. So the acting ED of IPID, Kuki Mbeki, according to what I've been told Kuba he must work with his crime intelligence person, but must not involve Sissoko. So those are the circumstances in which the independence was infected, if I can use that word, or affected. As such, I couldn't sign on something that's already contaminated.
But this led to two reports actually being submitted to the minister. One
Yeah.
recommending
Yeah.
that Generals B and Ramat should actually be charged criminally.
And that was wrong.
And that you subsequently came in and then you produced together with Sissoko a report which actually exonerated the two generals from any wrongdoing. And that led to your suspension by the minister. Can you elaborate how was it possible that
well, firstly,
contradictory reports could actually emanate from one IPID?
What is a report? A report is the investigator's opinion about what transpired for him to arrive at his conclusion. Now, SAPS detectives do the same thing, except it's 3 lines long. And all IPID does now, which is a habit that came over from ICD, is give a long explanation about it. That's why some of the reports they start with, he will say this, that is an analysis of what the witness statement. So that's first of it. Its value is dependent on what is contained in the docket, not in the report. Report is not part of docket. It's usually attached to the docket as an explanation, as the view, the opinion of the investigator. The docket cannot be touched. If you touch a docket, that becomes problematic because the docket is where the evidence is. So, I mean, that's the first issue. So it's important to understand that. And the second part of your question, it was an important point.
Understand why it was possible for 2 reports, contradictory reports, to emanate from one IPID.
Oh, yes,
organization.
Yes. That's critical. Because the one report had incomplete evidence factored into it, And the final report had all the evidence factored into it. That's the reason why. And the so-called first report could not have been a valid report, as your cell phone analysis report was not factored into the reasoning, the deliberations to come to the outcome. So that's it. And
Thank
it was
you.
actually corrected by me that such madness should not take place again.
Thank you. You refer to information provided to you by Mr. Kuba regarding the pressure to recommend prosecution, allegedly exerted by Advocate Anthony Moseng,
Yes, sir.
who was said to work closely with crime intelligence. Can you clarify who applied this pressure, through what channels and for what apparent purpose? And whether this constituted an attempt to manipulate IPID's prosecutorial recommendation?
Yes, indeed. So it was an attempt to manipulate IPID's prosecutorial recommendations or not. And that's clear what it was. And the secrecy involved, the non-involvement of the head of investigations will give an indication that something is amiss. And indeed, that's what was wrong. So when Sissoko now became aware of the situation and took over, we did not experience any problems after that.
Thank you. But the minister went ahead to suspend both of you on the basis of that. And in your statement, in paragraph 56, you are actually saying the minister's action was actually politically motivated. Can you substantiate that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. The political motivation was to target Dramat because Dramat had okayed an investigation into the use of Secret Service funds from crime intelligence for a renovation at the former president's house. Now, my understanding is that renovations are taking place at heads of state or senior ministers' places to improve security. That can take place, but you use public works to do that, not funds of the Secret Service account. So that's a problem. So how do you now rectify something that's very wrong? You get rid of the people who are investigating. So the target's Dramat. Me, I landed in there the wrong time. So myself, Sibia, we all got lined up together. So neither Sibia nor Dramat or myself were involved in the investigation of the renovations. I think Parliament took over those renovations. I mean, later on at a later stage, I remember seeing a fire pool taking place in Parliament, a demonstration with lovely opera music playing to show how wonderful it is when the firemen are able to put out fires. And that was all part of the same thing. Now that these other guys are gone, now I can do another spin on it, a narrative, a fire pool, swimming pool at the home of a head of state or senior government official is not a security. It's not a security aspect of it. It's not a security implement. In fact, with the same amount of money used, you could have built a mansion that's super safe. Now you have, I'll tell you this because I said it directly to people in the family. I said, how could you allow people to misuse the old man to come with this idea? So they put beams. They put electric wire. They put special fence. They put all of that around. Never mind the pool and amphitheater and all of that. So 21st century technology, right? All weird and wonderful. But a guy other side the fence can use a prehistoric methodology to burn the whole place down with a bow and arrow with a fire tip, which goes over your beam, over your electric fence, over your security fence. So it's a waste of money. So I mentioned that directly. And the answer I got from the person I was speaking to, no, it's true what you're saying. It's true what you're saying. I'll speak to the old man. Because it doesn't make sense. It's like, for me, it's always, they say number one says, but they're setting up the principles for something.
Well, thank you, Mr. McBride. The Phahlane task team. General Phahlane is actually charged at the instance of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Pop Crew on the 22nd of March 2016. Mr. Sullivan brings the matter to your attention. And I would imagine that he actually wanted your personal supervision to ensure that this, this matter actually does not disappear. Is that true?
I would understand that as the executive director, he'd bring it to me because there's been no action or feedback to deal with the matter. So as head of the organization, that's how it would be put on my desk, because whoever was there before, namely Khamanyani, didn't do anything about it. So go to the next person and say, where's my complaint? So it's not about me taking personal attention on it. It's a serious complaint. But the issues he's charged for, I heard, honorable member, that you mentioned he was charged for. The issues he's charged for involve investigations where had very little, if any, to do with the investigation. There's two cases which go on trial this year, which he's attempted over and over and to slip out of. But that's what he's charged for. The other matters, my understanding is, they're still in progress. The prosecution's being prepared in progress.
Already, Mr. Sullivan was busy investigating the National Commissioner. In actual fact, there were two parallel investigations, one by IPID, one by himself as a civilian.
Well, my understanding of the desktop analysis that O'Sullivan did and throwing around figures and stuff is completely incomplete before you get tight forensic documentation and analysis. Now, apparently that has been obtained. And none of the evidence which is used in the prosecution, is my understanding, or the prosecution to come, has anything to do with Paul O'Sullivan's reports or complaint. He lit the fuse. Now the fire that rages is a fire of what the forensic investigators do. Forensic investigators, which he doesn't know. Independent forensic investigators. And all of that is evidence related to the Phahlane prosecution. So, yeah.
And this forensic investigator you are referring to, which is Paul Sullivan, accompanies your people to General Phahlane's place. Is it the standard operation procedure of IPID to involve civilians in your operations?
So firstly, the forensic investigators and analysts I'm talking about. It's not Paul Sullivan. It's other people whose documents are there. All Paul Sullivan did was to light a fire where there was no warmth happening. That's what he did. And it brought attention to a matter. And the circumstances in which they came there, I've explained. I cannot do more than explain what I was told. I was not there. And I saw no need to reprimand anybody on that matter because they explained to me the rules they used to acquire information. And that's the name of the game. You find information. Go to whoever, ask, see places.
Who put together the Phahlane task team? Was it the executive director or some other?
Oh no, it's probably Mandla who put the team together because Mandla was given the case and he pulled in Cedric, but he pulled in the other two investigators. And I don't second guess people or micromanage, and I encourage initiative. That's how I get work done.
Could also include the appointment of Nkabinde as the lead investigator in General Phahlane's case.
Oh, except Nkabinde took the lead himself.
Not being appointed.
No, he was appointed. The process involved him being seconded from KZN to the task team.
Where did the fallout actually occur between IP and Nkabinde?
Or when Nkabinde was found out to be double dealing, being a double agent, and going against his own investigation. A simple case is KGB Chabalala, Morris Chabalala, who was convicted of cash and transit robbery at some stage, did jail time, got fired then, but came back, was rehired by crime intelligence, and was known to be involved in a number of, together with Nemo Tanzelo, who is now fired, a number of illicit transactions. So he was arrested by Nkabinde. So Nkabinde then, as the IO, submits evidence to the court why bail should be denied as an arresting officer. At a subsequent hearing, after Nkabinde reaches out to the lawyers of KGB, suddenly Nkabinde comes with a different story. And his story is basically saying, no, this is just a plot, it's a scheme, political motivated. Now, I was not there to arrest KGB. I don't even know the details of the case. I know it's involving abuse of slush fund, the Secret Service account. So the same guy who arrests him, happily on TV, holding him by his arm when he has arrested him, he's the one that called Michael Apple to witness his arrest because he wanted to make himself famous. He did it himself while the guy was going for parole, to register for parole. They got hold of him, arrested him. They had the proper documentation, took him off to prison. A funny thing that happened while KGB was at Pretoria Central Police Station, Phahlane visited him at some stage. Now, that's not me saying that. That is cell phone forensic analysis report saying so. And then he turns around, that is Nkabinde, and he says, no, this was just a makeup. But
Thank you so much. May we please pass the microphone to Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Time starts now, Honorable Source.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. McBride,
Sir.
indulge me for a minute. As a black boy in general, and the Bushman African in particular, from Eldos, that has been classified by the apartheid regime as a colored, I want to say thank you on behalf of every colored child in this country who has been told coloreds has not contributed to the struggle against apartheid. Thank you. Thank you for being the physical proof that that's a lie. Like Anton Franch, like Ashley Krill, like Stanley Lowland, and your comrade in arms, Mr. Gordon Webster, and Mr. Beck Ngubane, who was shot 5 times in the back by coward apartheid police. Mr. Webster survived. He was hospitalized under heavy apartheid police guard. Yet you, showing great bravery, you did what we young boys in Eldos only saw on TV. You rescued Mr. Webster out of Edendale Hospital. You are a living hero. I can sit in Parliament today because of your sacrifice. Mr. McBride, salute and thank you. You see, many of us also considers General Mkhwanazi as a hero for going public to expose the rotten seps. See, the thing about heroes is that even heroes has holes. Even Jesus was a hero with holes. But what makes Jesus a true hero is that when Thomas doubted him, he was prepared to make doubting Thomas touch his holes. Heroes should not be untouchable. And that is what this committee process is for. I'm a doubting Thomas. I don't trust anyone. And through my questioning, I want to touch the holes in your hand. Now we have no sides. My colleagues has already asked questions that points to some of your holes and you responded to it. I'm now going to focus more on the other side so that there's balance. Yes, I don't trust anyone, but I'm hopeful about your testimony. I'll tell you why. Because one thing I know about liberation fighters is 2 things. You were not trained by apartheid police. And it's hard for you to sell out and betray the country you gave your life for. Mr. McBride, my first question to you. General Khumalo testified that General Sibia is linked to a serial hijacker known as Stuart Shanik, who because of this relationship with the general, his criminal records was erased from the SEPS system. Do you know whether this is true or not?
Firstly, Honorable Souls, I know Stuart Shanik. In investigating the underworld with the construction mafia in KZN, the malfeasance at the port at Richards Bay, and who the main players are. Stuart Shanik gave me a good overview, and that overview assists in understanding the size and the nature of the monster of construction mafia. So he played an invaluable role. I know he's not an angel. I know he has a past. My My understanding of him is that he's changed and he wishes to work for justice and law and order. And I might be wrong, but I know him and he gave me something which I didn't know about how rotten the various apples are. And I'm still referring to his briefing that I got. So, yeah, that's what Stuart told me. At some stage, I had asked him about his background in detail because he had volunteered that he was not an angel and that he had previous problems with the law in his past. And I basically questioned him very hard what it was. And so Shanik explained to me the issues involving cars and all of that, and that he had been to prison and so on. So most people in my township have been to prison. It's a nature of a socioeconomically depressed society. So I advised him at that stage, if you want to pull yourself straight, you got to get expungement on your records so that you become a valuable member of society and you can contribute. South Africa is a place of second chances. So this is your second chance. I will never give you another chance. In fact, on Shanik, I introduced him to General Sibia because I was not getting the support I needed to do the necessary work I needed at that time in the dangerous area I was working in. The area that's involved in people assassinating competitors for tenders, business people, anyone who stands in the way. And I believe in the who of crime. There are no aliens that kill people. And on a lighter note, either legal or illegal, I would draw that statement, immigrants. But it's not aliens, it's human beings that do it. Human beings do crime. Someone we know, a mother, father, sister, cousin. So you need to locate who that person is, and the information is all there. The information is in the community, and you have to work in the community. That is my approach. So I've given you a quick synopsis about Stuart Shanik. I don't know if that's sufficient, sir.
Except for whether you know anything about whether there is truth in the statement that his criminal record was erased, irregularly so.
No, my understanding is no. I think you got a lawyer or somebody to write to the necessary place, which everybody does for expungement. When there's a matter and if he's no longer under custodial sentence. I don't know exactly the law, but that was done. What I do know, though, is that when he appeared here behind Sibia, the whole of the